I'm going to kindly ask everybody renaming themselves with numbers at the front to stop doing that, or we're going to take away the ability to rename yourself. We need everybody in alphabetical order so that we can find you. Just want to remind everybody, if you put a number in front of your name, it's going to be hard for me to find you in the alphabetical order. So please don't do that. We're going to keep removing that. So if you want the ability to rename yourself, stop, please.
Hey, it's 6:30. Should we begin? Is everyone keeping track well? We have a lot of participants, I assume. Should we give another couple minutes for the rest of the board members?
I think that we have quorum at this point, and I do see Councilmember Kalos here, and I know he has an early
And I know he,
out.
right.
Yep.
Okay,
And
then why don't we get started? First, let me apologize for the background music. I'm not at home and I can't control this. So I hope it's okay. It kind of melds into the background. Anyway, welcome to the July meeting of Community Board 8. We'll begin with elected officials, which is my cue for City Council Member Ben Kalos. Council Member Kalos, I know you're here, so are you ready?
I am. Thank you very much. I was very tempted to put a number in front of my name and I couldn't decide.
Oh, nice guy. Thank you for not.
I was thinking either 007 or 7 of 9, who is one of my favored Star Trek characters. There's a long story behind that. I want to thank everyone for being on today. We have over 111 people who are participating in the Zoom, and I imagine others will be watching later. We passed our city's budget. Unfortunately, I was not happy with our budget, so I actually voted against it this year. I'd actually proposed about $15 billion in places to trim the fat, everywhere from getting rid of some of the corporate welfare in our city to questioning contracts in our city's budget that no one knows what they were there for. Some important pieces, something I've been working on since before I got elected. There's now a new Housing Connect website. There is more affordable housing in existence than we have in the pipeline to build. And all of that is coming online this summer. We will see 2,500 affordable homes available. So please visit Housing Connect. You can learn more at benkalos.com. We also won a rent freeze if you're rent regulated tenants. And also we just opened the lottery, which closed on July 6th, for 313 affordable apartments on the on Roosevelt Island. There's a preference for any resident of the Upper East Side, CB8 and Roosevelt Island, 50% of those units. I also want to just talk a little bit about some of the phase 3 reopening. I want to thank the community board for a lot of the work that they've been doing, particularly around outdoor dining. I also want to just say, like, you may overhear my daughter in the background. It's not bedtime quite just yet. Bedtime's 7 o'clock. This is the new normal. And one of the things that a lot of parents are struggling with is the mayor's plan to come back to school. And so what the mayor has proposed is either you can stay home 100% or you can do 3 and 2. Either way, can you imagine saying to your employer, I can work 2 days 1 week, 3 days the next week. So our regular standing meeting has to be Mondays this week, Tuesdays the week after, Wednesdays, and on the odd month that has 5 weeks on it, then we have to flip everything around. And so that's not the stability that a lot of folks are looking for. And ultimately, we need to have more space so that we can lower the teacher to student ratio. So one of the things we've been looking at is, can we use existing public spaces like libraries? The Archdiocese is closing 26 schools with 2,500 children who will need a place to get an education. We should take over those locations. We have our libraries. We also have senior centers and youth centers that we might be able to use and do intergenerational work together. And last but not least, if none of that works, it turns out that there's an empty storefront on every corner in the city, in every neighborhood. And we can go into those empty storefronts and use them to provide remote learning centers where parents could drop off their kids 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and the kids could do their off-day work. And whether they're doing 100% telecommuting or the off and on, that's been something I've been trying to do and trying to be listening to our parents and be creative. If you have ideas, please feel free to email bkalos@benkalos.com. I also want to think there's a lot of people on the community board who also are involved in neighborhood associations. If you need a mask or you need hand sanitizer, we now have a lot of disposable masks available from our office. We are looking, we've had partnerships with the tennis associations at Holmes and Isaacs, our neighborhood associations, and we can give you hundreds of masks to give out. We've also started to launch a building captain program. So if you live in a building where you'd like to be a building captain, or you have a building service worker who's willing to hand things out, we can literally give you 50, 100 more masks plus hand sanitizer that you can have at the front door or at your building where people can come and pick them up. No one should be not complying with the mask requirement because they don't have access to it. We've also launched a pop-up for testing on Roosevelt Island. If you haven't gotten tested, get tested. If you have gotten tested, get tested again. We are going to test our way out of this. We also need people to be contact tracers. If you're interested in the job, they pay $57,000 a year. And I don't know when this pandemic ends, so I think there's some sort of job security there. So that's a lot of the big stuff that we've been working on, and happy to take any questions, though I don't think that really works on this. So I will turn it back and thank you for letting me go a little bit longer than normal.
Thank you so much, Council Member. Yes, we're not doing questions and answers from the elected officials or their reps or us. So thank you so much. And thank you for the education and the masks and the sanitizer and being a good partner with CB8.
And I believe Abby from your office is going to still be here, and she can put in the chat how to get a hold of you, right? Okay, a thumbs up.
Okay, thank you. Do you see anyone else, Will?
If there are elected officials that are here, please either chat me or have your staff chat me or raise your hand. But I don't see any right now. So we'll come back.
And I know Will asked everyone from the public if you could rename yourself so that you are not starting with a number. It is very difficult to be able to call on people this way. So please rename yourself just with your first name. It will make it much easier for us, especially if you have any intention of speaking. Thank you. If any more elected officials come during the meeting, we'll stop what we're doing to allow them to speak. We have what may be a very long agenda this evening because these items generated a lot of discussion at the relevant committee level. So I want to be able to allow the public to speak as it would like, allow the board members to speak as they would like, but also keep the agenda moving. So after, well, now that Councilmember Kalos has finished, we'll hear from the public. Everyone other than the speakers who are here on behalf of the East 76th Street Place Day question that was raised at the Transportation Committee will be able to speak first. They'll be given 2 minutes. Then we'll hear from the schools on 76th Street, the town school and the Lycée Français, and then the lawyer for the buildings, and they'll each have 2 minutes. And then we'll hear from the designated speakers for the buildings at 1 minute each. After that, we'll see what time it is and how much more time we have for other speakers. For the board, I know that you don't like very long meetings, so I'll ask any reps of the elected officials to keep their comments to 2 minutes. We have a lot to cover. So I would ask that you carefully choose what you have to say, to limit your remarks to 1.5 minutes or 90 seconds, and to only raise your hand once to allow anyone who would like to speak the opportunity to do so. If we are not short on time, then you may get called on a second or a third time. But other than that, I ask that you understand the reason that you're not called on more than once. Thank you. Voting is as it has been in the other meetings, our other virtual meetings. If you don't raise your hand, you will be counted as a yes vote. If you want to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. You'll be called on, and you'll have a chance to go over your vote tomorrow. We'll send, or someone will send everything out either later today or tomorrow morning, depending on the time. If you leave for a vote, please go to the bottom of the participants section under the More button and either leave the coffee cup or the clock so we'll know that you're not there for the vote. If you need to leave the meeting early, please chat Will so that we have a record of whether you're there for a vote or not. And please remember that chats become part of the public record. If you'd like to second a motion for the board members, please raise your, please either clap or raise your thumb on the reactions button at the bottom of your screen, not through the participants menu. Anyone who wishes to speak has to raise their virtual hand. I can't see, I only see 4 people plus me at the top of my screen. So I see that there's someone from East 76th Street who'd like to speak. We're not up to that yet. So you can lower your hands unless you're a designated speaker. We're only going to right now hear from the people who are here on an issue other than the East 76th Street issue. Okay, so I appreciate everyone's understanding of this. I have a list of the members from the public people who would like to speak who are not here on the East 76th Street issue. So I have Brandon Ingalls, Matt Bauer, Wendy Makover. If you could raise your hands and we'll call on you. Brandon, are you here? I only see Wendy's hand. So why don't we start with Wendy, Will?
All right, Wendy.
And I see Matt. Matt is here as well. So we'll do Wendy and then Matt. And
Okay, Wendy, give me 1 second before you start speaking. I want to get, we have a timer that we're going to put up for everybody.
Yeah, please remember for everyone other than the...
If I do have a comment about the place trees, should I be folding it in here, or are you going to give the public another opportunity?
No, you
the
should
public
say
will have another opportunity, but you could fold it in now into your 2 minutes, and that's it. There are a lot of people here, unless
Happy
you're a
to do it.
designated
Just
speaker and
know.
you're not on my list. Thank you.
Okay.
So you get 2 minutes, Wendy. Thank you.
Should I start? First, I want to thank you all.
Start
on the
now.
board.
As soon
Thank
as
you.
Will sets the timer. Thank you.
Okay.
Go, Will.
Well, I did want to thank you all very much for all the hard work that you're doing. And I wanted to say that it's a hard task to share our small area, whether it's just Manhattan Island or all of the 5 boroughs, when we're trying to suss out these various issues. The other night in the Landmarks Committee, we talked about one of the historic sites on the Bank of New York on 63rd and Madison. It was such a beautiful presentation. And there was one issue that I didn't get to raise, which was they mentioned replacing the historic balustrade inside the building, and that really shouldn't be necessary. It was a handcrafted item from over 100 years ago. It represents a certain amount of work that was done at that time, and replacing it just seems to have no meaning. So that's one very short comment. I did want to talk about the Play Street. I took some time to look at the aerial photographs and to look at their websites and to see how the spaces are being used. In the case of Lycée Français, they have 2 beautiful buildings, and in between is a large green space. They also have roof space, and they have 2 gymnasiums that they say on their website within their facility, and they're able to send their sports teams to Roosevelt Island, which is something my son did when he played Little League. And so they seem to have wonderful and abundant facilities for children to move around. And I think that's fantastic. As for the town school, they too have roof space. And if you look at an aerial photograph on Google Maps, you'll be able to see at least 2 ball courts have been outlined in some fashion. And they don't even need to cross a street in order to make it to the park. Both schools can make it to the park. So I am puzzled that we're being asked to do this. As I say, we share a small city, a small space, and we have to think wisely about people. I want to throw in my comments about overdevelopment, and we're in a pandemic. I know my time is about to run out. Taller real estate has provided a false promise that it will help us with real estate, affordable housing, lower homeless rates, senior center, school.
I'm sorry, we're gonna have to like keep everybody to 2 minutes because there's a long list of folks.
I really don't like a forced mute situation, but I have to ask for you to understand it because we do have a long agenda. There's not a lot of patience for people to be here, and they have to be here, unlike the public who could leave. So again, I ask for your understanding. I appreciate your understanding and look for succinct and wise comments. Thank you. Okay, Matt was next on the list. It's Brandon Ingalls, Judge Santee. You have to have signed up by 6:45, and Teresa Lane. So are you here? Matt, I see you.
I'm
Judge
sorry, I'm
Santee,
trying to
are
figure
you
out
here?
oh, here we go. Sorry.
Matt's next, and then I see Brandon Ingalls at the bottom of the hands, Will.
Great.
Okay, Matt.
Hi, everyone. I'm Matt Bauer. I'm the president of the Madison Avenue Business Improvement District. And I first want to say thank you for CB8 for organizing those great getting back to business meetings that were going on the last month. They were a real joy to work with the entire team of Community Board 8. And thank you so much, Alita and Sarah and Barry and all the great committees for making that all happen. And Will, thanks for making it as well. One of the big points of that meeting was that we should all in the community do our part for the restart. And I want to let you know that most businesses on Madison Avenue are reopened at this point. Many of them have shortened hours, typically from 11 to 5, though some of them are doing 10 to 6. So we're anxious to welcome you back to Madison Avenue, and our stores are very anxious to have you back as well. Also, restaurants are open and providing curbside dining. And a point I wanted to make is that the Transportation Committee, Department of Transportation discussed some proposed bike lanes on East 61st Street and East 62nd Street. And we're just asking that the restaurants that are doing curbside dining right now on those blocks are able to continue to do so if the bike lanes do go through, because those outdoor dining spots are critical to their health and being able to operate in these difficult times. So once again, thank you everyone, and we look forward to welcoming you back on Madison Avenue. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Matt.
Oh, one more quick thing. Butterfield Market opened today. Butterfield Market Express opened up at 80th Street, and Jenny Kane opened up at 80th Street. So 2 new businesses to visit. Thanks again.
Terrific. Thank you. Okay, Will. Who's next? I see, do you see? I see Brandon Ingalls is here. And I don't see Judge Santee or Teresa Lane. If you guys, I do see Judge Santee, don't see Teresa Lane. So let's get Brandon and then, I'm sorry, I wrote it wrong. It's Juba Santee, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. So let's do those 2 and then move on. Will?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Good evening. My name is Brandon Ingalls. 29 years ago, I was blessed to be born at our very own Mount Sinai up on 98th and 5th. I was born and raised on the Upper East Side, and after a decade away from the city, I just returned home last June 2019, and now work for a faith-based and youth-focused nonprofit called Young Life. And our why is very simple. It's that every kid needs a place to belong and a space to be welcome as they are. Our mission is to mentor adolescents where they are, as they are, and provide a sense of belonging in their lives, right, with the foundational belief that they were made with a purpose. And so while we're a global organization, we actually seek to serve each neighborhood in which it's placed. And as I said, June 2019, a year ago, Young Life has launched on the Upper East Side, something I wish that I had as an Upper East Side middle school and high school student myself. Practically, what we do is we mentor middle school, high school, and college-age students with different abilities, as well as teenage moms. We provide camping and leadership opportunities for these teenagers in our neighborhood. And my hope is that as we launch, that we will work together with the organizations and the people represented on this call. So I just wanted to spread the word about this. And though summer camping this summer has been all but eliminated due to COVID, we will be holding a 3-day virtual summer experience from August 20th to the 22nd. If anyone is interested in learning more, any parents on this call, I'd love to share more. I don't know if there's a way to share my number and email, but I'm happy to do that in the chat. But just excited to let everybody know that Young Life on the Upper East Side is here to work with students, and we're excited to do so together. Thank you, guys.
Okay. We'll put your information in the chat. Thank you very much.
I appreciate that.
And I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name. Is it Juba Santi? I'm
Juba?
really bad at names.
Yes,
So,
it's Juba Santi.
Juba.
Hi, everyone. Yes.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thanks for forgiving me already.
No worries. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Juba Santi. I am the Manhattan Borough Lead for NYC Census 2020. And I just wanted to provide you all a very brief update on the self-response rates for the Upper East Side, Yorkville, and Lenox Hill. So recently there was a New York Times article stating that several areas in Manhattan are severely undercounted as of right now compared to their 2010 numbers. And some of those areas include Upper East Side, Yorkville, and Lenox Hill. So as of yesterday, the Upper East Side's response rate is 47.2%. Yorkville's is 61.3%, and Lenox Hill is 55.2%. And what basically we're getting down to the wire. Next month, the census is going to be sending out their enumerators, and before that happens, we want to encourage people to self-respond online at 2020census.gov, and I can share all of these links also, as well as the New York Times article. But in addition to that, we are phone banking to all of our lowest self-response neighborhoods throughout Manhattan, and we really need your help to make these calls, get people to respond to the census, because a severe undercount has serious implications for the future. It can affect congressional representation. It can affect the amount of money that's allocated to respective districts. And so it's super important that we get everyone in your neighborhood, everyone in your building, everyone that you may know, send it to your network to get them to fill out the census. If people have left to go to like a second home, text it to them, email it to them. They can fill it out right online. They don't need to be at their permanent address, but we really need to make sure that we get all New Yorkers counted, because it can affect our future moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. We're working on some strategies to try and reach people who may be out of the city for the duration of the virus, and you can sign me up to phone bank. I'm happy to do that. Believe in the census. Okay. Is there anyone else, Will, from the public other than the East 76th Street who signed up by 6:45 to speak?
Yes. If they wouldn't mind raising their hands, Kate Corkery. Sorry, I was just making sure I'm unmuted. Kate Corkery, Teresa Lana, and Laura Lerman. And you can raise your hand through the participant menu at the bottom of your screen. That looks like two people next to each other that has the number 189 next to it. So those people, again, Laura Lerman, Kate Corkery, and Teresa Lana.
If you're here
and
and
Andrew Ravishare. And Andrew Ravishare, I'm sorry.
Andrew raised his hand already? I mean, Andrew signed up?
Yes, he did.
Okay, then let's start with him. While if you have signed up, you're not on East 76th Street, please raise your hand. That's how we could find you in a list of 191 people. So let's get Andrew to start while you look for the others. Thank you. Andrew?
Hi, I'm here. Thank you for letting me speak, and thank you for holding this forum once again for community discussion. Normally, I go in depth about environmentally why the 210-foot height cap would be good in terms of enhancing our health, protecting affordable housing, protecting our local economy and mom and pop shops. But I've spoken about this for a year in terms of the why it's important, and I think there's consensus here. The important discussion is how to go forward in having the Department of City Planning or the Department of Buildings or other city agencies enacting on this desire in our community and communities beyond. We have a tremendous amount of energy in the city right now for infrastructural change, and we need to form new coalitions across several different neighborhoods across the boroughs in order for us to achieve a 210-foot height cap in this neighborhood and beyond. There have been several articles, whether it's in the Times or Douglas Elliman, that shows that there is a record number of apartment vacancies. And so the Real Estate Board of New York's myth that taller buildings and more units would fix our homelessness problem is shown to be extremely inaccurate. We need to figure out who our allies are, especially in Brooklyn, where this is a huge problem, which is the mayor's preferred borough, and in Queens and other neighborhoods in Manhattan. It is with numbers of people from vast geographic areas that we are going to achieve the 210-foot height cap that we've been discussing at least for over a year now. So I hope we'll consider what coalitions we can form, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, members of the public who are not East 76th Street, we need a little bit more cooperation. Would iPad parentheses 84 please rename yourself so we know who you are? Because unless you've signed up by 6:45, we can't invite you to speak during this public session. After the public session.
iPad 84,
Well,
are you Laura Lerman? Yes. Okay. That was one of the public speakers.
Okay, so then let's have Laura.
iPad 84, if you are Laura, you may have to push a button to confirm unmuting. Nope, you just turned off your video. There you go.
Okay, I'm here because of the sailboat pond situation for the application of liquor, wine, beer, and cider. I am a former early childhood educator. I Dalton School for more than 15 years. The sailboat pond is a place for children. That is where the Alice in Wonderland statue is. That is where the story hour is. That is where children come to just enjoy that space with their families. It's essential that we do not encourage liquor drinking in that area. I feel so strongly about this. It's just a special place for children and families. So I don't know, this is the first time I'm doing something like this. So I hope my words will have some meaning along the way.
Well, we always welcome the public, so thank you for speaking. Abraham, would you please pull out the boat pond application so we could discuss it separately? I can't see you, but I suspect you're out there, so thank you. And thank you, Laura. Will?
So the last person I have on that list is Teresa Lana. I don't believe that they have spoken yet. The only person who has their hand up right now is somebody named Henry Geller. Without seeing where Henry is, we can try.
Well, unless Henry signed up, we are not going to invite him to speak right now, unless he is Teresa Lana.
Wow, we'll test this. Henry Geller.
Okay, let's move on then. Let's ask East 76th Street, if you would go ahead, and let's start with the representatives from the two schools. We have Stephen Petrillo and Terrence Kennedy. You have 4 minutes. You can allocate it between yourselves as you would choose.
And I'm going to kindly ask everybody who wants to speak on this issue not to raise your hand unless I call on you. And Henry Geller, are you Laura Lana? You have to confirm unmuting if you keep raising your hand. But otherwise, Stephen Petrillo and who was the other person, Alita? I'm sorry.
Stephen Petrillo and Terrence Kennedy on behalf of the two schools.
Okay.
If you're here, Stephen and Terrence, please raise your hands. Otherwise, we have to search, or actually will have to search through a very long list.
I'm here,
so please
Alita.
raise your hands. Okay, so Terrence and Stephen, do you want to just start, and do you want all the 4 minutes?
I think Steve is going to start. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so how much time do you want, Terrence? 2 minutes?
2 is good.
Okay,
2
and we
minutes.
have that map. Should Will put that on the screen?
Steve is going to start.
I'll
Okay,
start first, and Terrence will use the map.
Okay.
okay. There are limitations to Zoom, so thank you everyone for patience and flexibility. Go ahead.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm Stephen Petrillo, Director of Security, Transportation, and Community Relations for the town school for 16 years. Our two schools are hoping to open safely under Governor Cuomo's executive orders for schools by converting our gyms and cafeterias into classrooms. We therefore are losing those spaces. We need 76th Street for playtime and exposure for the well-being of our students. We have new changes since the Transportation Committee meeting. We heard the residents loud and clear. Therefore, on the corner of York Avenue, we will have just a signage that the street is closed only halfway down the street after 520 East 76th Street. Any vehicle, taxi, emergency vehicle can easily come down the street to pick up or drop off any resident. The parking garage, pavilion service door, John Jay Park, John Jay Resident House, fully open, no restrictions at all. The Promenade House next door to us has another entrance, exit on 75th Street for their residents to use. The neighbors characterize our schools as private, elite, 1%. Actually, 70% of our students live on the Upper East and West Side, and town gives over $3 million, and LaSalle School gives $5.4 million to families that have financial aid issues and diversity. The neighbors reference our schools to use John Jay Park. Actually, this public space is extremely crowded since my 16 years working for the town school and in the community. 5 schools use it. In the spring of 2019, our 4th graders were verbally assaulted, physically assaulted, and they constantly use the N-word with our students. Colleen Catagoon from the Department of Transportation has been there for years, worked with this community board, stated last at the community board, play streets have been very successful throughout the city and supports this request. Detective Michael Lombardi from the 19th Precinct Community Affairs Office also supports this request. I've worked in this community for over 35 years with block associations, the NYPD, the Community Council, Office of Emergency Management, Senior Citizen Group, Ronald McDonald House, Stanley Isaacs. Our students volunteer at all these organizations, from planting to clean up in the community to serving lunch to seniors and dancing with them. Our students have been cooped up since March.
Steven,
and no summer
that's
camps.
2 minutes.
Remember, when we were young, we just wanted to play at recess. Please represent your youngest constituents on the community board.
Steven,
our
that's 2
students.
minutes.
It's a temporary play street only.
Steven.
Please, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Terrence.
All
you've
right,
got
I'm going to
remaining time.
be very quick now. I just want to
Thank
touch on
you.
a couple of things. We did show this drawing at the Transportation Committee. And as Steve mentioned, we were very flexible. We wanted to make sure that everyone knew that all the sidewalks are going to be open on both sides of the street. This is York Avenue.
Hang on 1 second, Terrence. Will,
Okay.
could you post that map, please, so that
Yes,
everyone
give me
can see what
one
he's referring to?
Give me 1 second to pull that up.
Thank you.
Juggling plenty of screens here, and we
Can I
do
share my
appreciate it.
Can I share my
no,
screen?
No, I have
No?
it up. I have
Okay.
it up. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Go for it.
Okay. So what you see, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's not what we shared with you, Will.
No, this is the updated one that we were sent earlier today.
No, we had one with writing on it that
Yeah.
described the location of everything.
Yeah. It might just be slow loading up.
No,
possibly.
I've had it open for hours.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because ours had mock-ups on it showing that the sidewalks are open. The Play Street is starting after the Con Ed building, after the Con Ed driveway. There's no issues with access to.
Let me try to find it.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make a couple of points while you're looking for that. This is only a temporary play street, only for the pandemic time. This is not a major thoroughway, major two-way street, doesn't have high vehicle traffic. It's not a fire route, bus route. There's no hotels, public buildings here. The street's unique. It's a cul-de-sac. It's a dead end. There's no access to the FDR. And the school does split the cost of
Okay,
the
wait, 1
crossing guard.
second, Terrence.
Yeah.
Wait 1 second, because I found the map, which
I have
is,
it.
okay. Thank
There you
you. Sorry about that.
That's
for
okay.
interrupting. Okay, there it is.
Sorry. 1 second. Resetting your timer. I am so sorry, everyone. Let's go.
Okay.
Have to reset our moods.
Yeah. Okay. So from the top of the building, you're going to see the top of York Avenue, and where it says street open, that's going to be open, the entire day. There's no restriction. There's not access for cars there. You move down towards the red line above the green block. That's where this play street would start. It's after the Con Ed driveway. If you look to the right, that's Pavilion Building. The service entrance is open there. There's no hindrance to the parking lot there. People will be going in and out with absolutely no problems. If you move down, you see John Jay. So basically this map is just, our Play Street is an extension of John Jay Park. We know it's going to be very, very crowded with PS 58, Eleanor Roosevelt, other public schools, town, lycée. Our kids have been cooped up, and we're also doing social distancing in all our classrooms. That's why it's such a problem with all our main spaces, our gymnasiums. We have smaller classrooms, but the kids have to stay at least 6 feet apart. If they're running around, exercising, we really need them to be further apart than 6 feet. Because they're, they might be pushing out more virus, if they do have virus. So it's really important for us to get the kids outside as much as possible. The recess for our students, they're going to have, for us, they might only be in school for 4 or 5 hours, but they'll be in their classroom most of that time. We want to try to get them out of the building, out onto the street to run around a little bit. Or we send them down to the park. We'll send them down to the park, and then they have to turn around and go back to the class because they're only going to have about 10, 15 minutes of actually recess time because of the updated schedule that we have. So I just wanted to appreciate spending some time and reiterate, the school is a not-for-profit. We give a lot of money, like Steve said, 5.5 million in scholarships and financial aid to the students. We're, an important member of the community. We do help out with gardening around the school. We're very community-oriented at our school. And I think that's probably my
Here's your
cue.
time. Yep.
I thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to hear from Mark Landis, who's the attorney for the residential buildings on the block. Mark, are you there?
He is. Give me 1 second.
I see he has his hand raised, so you could find
Mark,
him.
there you go.
I try to help when I can.
You're great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Give me 1 second to put up your timer.
I'll say good evening before you put up the timer.
Sounds great. I'll allow it. Give me 1 second. Should be a lot easier, right?
Yeah, there are always technological and other challenges with Zoom. Thank you again, everyone.
1 second. We're ready. Go for it.
Okay, Mark.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm Mark Landis from Phillips Nizer. I represent the residents of Promenade Condominium at 530 East 76th and John Jay House, the co-op at 520 East 76th. A few brief introductory comments. You'll hear more from the residents of these buildings. It's certainly challenging to live next to any institutional user. I live on a block with a school. We have many schools and institutions in our city. But these schools have not been good neighbors in dealing with this over the Play Street. There was no disclosure until immediately before the Transportation Committee meeting. The first glimpse that we have seen of the new proposal was this afternoon. There's been no communication. The alleged contact with the John Jay building was dropping off a business card with the porter and hoping somebody would respond. These schools have plenty of dedicated outdoor play space. The public schools are coming back with 1/3 to 1/2 population, meaning they will not be placing a particular burden on John Jay Park, which is not that crowded to begin with. The lycée is opening with staggered attendance days as well. I don't know what the town school will ultimately do, but they're going to have fewer students, not more students, to bring outside. It's also a safety question. Local Law 11 work is about to start on the promenade for the next 18 to 24 months, happening right next to where the play space would happen. Not exactly an ideal situation. The 75th Street entrance at the promenade is not suitable for large groups of people entering and exiting. It's a back entrance with all the things that go with a back entrance. It wouldn't be a good place to bring somebody out if they were on a stretcher or needed an ambulance. Cutting off the street means that emergency vehicles can't get through, which impacts seniors. We have many in these buildings, and people with mobility impairments and people who have health compromises. It's a lack of access for non-emergency vehicles as well. Simple things like an ambulette to take somebody to the doctor. and the Con Ed driveway is not sufficient to be able to turn around a large vehicle, barely enough to turn around a small vehicle. With that, I say thank you. My 2 minutes are gone.
Alita, are you muted?
I am muted. I didn't know if the music was making everyone crazy. Okay, so you've designated 8 people to speak, and I'm just going to call your names. I'm sure you know who you are, but just raise your hand so Will could unmute you, please. We have Arthur Morante, Prachi Patak, Iris and Ron Clayman, Amy Gumbiner, Robert Jackman, Jeremy Siegfried, Bruce Young, and Gal Jurek. So please raise your hands. I can't see it because all I can see is the timer. And okay, I see you've all raised your hand. Will, just people on that list for now. You each have 1 minute, and then we'll see how we're going to proceed after that. So you can call them in the order that you see them, Will.
Okay, I will. Actually, I see them. I'm just going to really quickly
Reset the timer. There you go.
Yep. All right. Thank you for putting up with our technology. Arthur, I believe you were first on that list. Arthur, I'm going to unmute you.
Thank you. I'm Arthur Morante. I'm the president of the board of the Promenade at 530 East 76th Street. Aside from the danger to our residents that we perceive that other residents will comment on, I just want to emphasize one point that Mark mentioned. We are, the town school and the Promenade are embarking in 2 weeks on a major construction project, which is going to entail scaffolding around our entire building, including a portion of the FDR Drive and a portion of Con Edison. Additional construction people needing access to our space and equipment. And what bothers me the most is that the town school hasn't mentioned this either at the Transportation Committee meeting or this evening. A play street contiguous to a construction site just makes no sense at all to me. It's bad behavior and it's insensitive on the part of the town school. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Prachi next on my list, and I did see your name. So,
Well, you could just go through the order of, because they're all this.
some of those people are not people
designated.
who, Alita, some of those people are not people who were designated. So I'm just going to go in the order.
Okay, if you're not one of the people whose names I called, to make it easier for Will, please lower your hand.
It's okay. I'm okay.
Okay.
Can you hear
I'll leave
me?
it to you then.
Yes. Prachi, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Will. Hi, all. My name is Prachi Pathak, and I'm a longtime resident of the board member at John Jay House. I've lived here 11 years. I and my husband are both healthcare workers at Mount Sinai and at Cornell Medical Center. Our multi-generational household comprises 3.5-year-old twins, my 75-year-old mother, and 90-year-old mother-in-law. Our co-op has over 100 apartments and about 180 residents. 25% of those are senior citizens and have voiced strenuous concerns about having large groups of children right outside the building. As we brace for a second surge of COVID-19, my husband and I are frequently scheduled to work at odd hours and have to cover at a few minutes' notice. And both my mother and mother-in-law have medical conditions for which they need frequent treatment. They have follow-ups and they can only schedule on weekdays. They rely on hire vehicles to get around. I am particularly concerned because my neighbors are most vulnerable. So we would like to indicate our emphatic opposition to this petition.
Thank you.
Next on the list, Iris Kleinman. Iris, you may have to confirm unmuting.
Okay, I'm Iris Clayman. I live at 530 East 76th Street, and I've been a resident there since 1995. The emergency vehicles need to come in on the 76th Street side. They cannot come in on 75th. They can't even get a stretcher down the 75th service entrance because of the way that it is. The stretcher needs to go straight, 75th Street entrance. When you come into the building, you have to turn a corner. I know that that's impossible. There are lots of elderly people in the building and lots of other reasons that you might need to have an emergency vehicle come. Also, the 75th Street entrance is really not even suitable for other people to come in because of all the garbage that's there, including the town school's garbage. Okay, so it is not a place to be used instead of the main entrance. It's very important that these emergency vehicles get in. The other thing too is the Play Street is not supposed to be where there is a park. There is a park here. It's 3.3 acres. Okay, you have handball courts, you have basketball courts, you have a big open promenade that does absolutely nothing between.
Hey, Iris, we have to stop you, so thank you very much. Will?
After Iris, I have Amy, and I'll reset the counter. Amy?
Wait 1 second. Where's my, oh shoot. Hold on 1 sec, Mike.
No, we can hear you, and your video is on.
Okay, hi. Amy and Paul Gumbiner, 520 Penthouse B. We are here tonight to implore you not to vote no on this proposal, to please vote no. Please be fair to the many residents on this block and let the schools use the huge city park across the street or anywhere else that would not infuriate and antagonize their neighbors. Not sure why they would want to. 5 years ago, Paul my husband was struck by a taxi, leaving him paralyzed from the waist down. Our lives changed forever. I have suffered too many strokes in the last few years and have had 3 surgeries and dislocated hips. Paul was also rushed to the hospital many times. You all know the seconds and minutes can be the difference between life and death and or getting relief from unbearable agony. Certainly you all want to feel safe in your own homes. This street is now blocked twice a day by parents who double park to drop off and pick up their kids, and we live with it. The schools, they would corral the children.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I had Robert Jackman there earlier. 10 seconds. Robert Jackman. Robert?
Yes, okay. I'm going to start off where Iris left off. It is really important to note that the creation of play streets in New York City was to provide outdoor space for children where there was no park in the vicinity. In fact, the New York City Summer Play Street program specifically provides that summer play streets cannot be located near a park. Our neighbors, the 2 schools, suggest that residents of the promenade can use the service entrance on 75th Street. Emergency vehicles never use that entrance. We are a building of 192 apartments and over 400 residents, many of whom are elderly and dependent upon wheelchairs or walkers. It's simply untenable to expect the post office to be able to have access, emergency vehicles to be able to have access, or the people in our building to be pushed through a narrow hallway that's often full of people coming in. Please vote against this proposal.
Thanks.
Thank
Next
you.
is Jeremy.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Siegfried. I'm a resident at 520. I grew up in the neighborhood and I'm also a board member. I'm here today to talk about how this play street is not just a bad idea, but dangerous. My wife suffers from a severe genetic condition, which can lead to heart failure and a heart attack. It happened to her mother in her 30s, and it could happen to my wife now that she's in her 30s. The time that it can take for an ambulance to get down there could be the time between life and death. Any holdup could be what causes her to die. I believe that the town school in Lycée would allow emergency vehicles in. However, asking for permission or looking away to make a call, those seconds are the difference between me resuscitating her and me not. And that's just my wife. There are so many more in our building. If there's one emergency or multiple emergencies, people could die. I don't enjoy talking about this. It's painful, but it's important. We need to protect our residents, and I've heard the fears of the residents in my building. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
After Jeremy is Bruce Young. I assume that is the Bruce that has his hand raised. Bruce, you may have to confirm being unmuted. There you go. Bruce?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
My name is Bruce Young, and I've lived at 530 East 76th Street for 28 years, and my windows face the park. I have never seen it to be crowded. It's across 76th Street from the schools. It is on 3.3 acres. It has a large playground. It has a large open play area. It has basketball courts, handball courts, and a tennis court. It has another smaller playground with a slide and climbing equipment for the younger kids. There's another open area with benches facing the East River and a park building with a gym, an auditorium, and lockers for 1,000 males and 690 females. If this is not enough, it's a short walk along the East River Promenade to the Carl Schurz Park, and you don't even have to cross the street. Clearly, as determined by the Transportation Committee, there is no need for a play street.
Thank you.
After that, we had, thank you, Bruce. After that, we had Gal Gurich. Forgiveness for mispronouncing your last name.
Hi, thank you. My name is Gal Jurek, and I'm the president of the John J. House, 520 East 76th Street. I've lived here for 23 years. I've always loved hearing the sounds of children on our quiet, sweet street. I'm responsible, however, for looking out for the best interests of our residents, and never have I had so many people in my building troubled about an issue. I share all the concerns that were mentioned by my neighbors. They're not just neighbors to me, and I would never want anything bad to happen to them or any of their family members. I've evaluated this proposal deeply, and with the availability of the park and even closer, the wide walkway to the park, I do not see the school having a space problem. I only see this as an imposition to the people who live here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. All right, there were a lot of people who would like to speak on this topic. We don't have a lot of time. So, and if we were in an auditorium, I could ask you all to stand or raise your hands. So right now I'm going to ask if there were people in, I'd like to say audience, who are in favor of the play streets, please press the little check mark yes on the participant side so that the board and the public can see whether there are people in support of the play street. So please click that little yes button if you're here on that. Okay. I don't see anybody.
There's 3 right now.
3, okay. Oh, they don't get raised to the top, only if they raise their hand.
No, they don't raise their hand to the top.
Okay. Okay.
So people will have to scroll. But
yeah. Okay.
it also,
but
at the very bottom of the screen.
You're a fast counter, so that's okay. We're all learning the technology here. Okay, would the people who are opposed to the play streets, please click that little no, the X on the participant side so we could see how many people are here in opposition.
They're pouring in, so give it a couple of seconds.
Okay. So for the members of the board, if you want to click on participants, open that up and look down the list, you'll see who is here in favor and who is here in opposition, just so that we have a record or an understanding.
Yeah, there's right now 63, 64 red X's right now. 65, 66.
Okay.
69.
Okay. Obviously, the community board is here to also represent the public, so it's important to know where the public stands on this issue. So I'm going to ask, because we don't have time to hear from the very many people who've signed up in opposition, I'm going to ask if anyone has any comments that are different and distinct from what has already been said. If that's true and you really feel that your comment is going to be unique, raise your hand. If you're here on the East 76th Street. Okay.
And we will check off to make sure that you did sign up.
Right. And you have to have signed up before 6:45. So we'll try this, and I hope that your comments are all different, and you will have, again, because we don't have a lot of time, a minute to speak. Please identify your name and your address, and let's move through this quickly. Will, if you unmute them.
All right. Lois, please identify yourself, unmute yourself. Lois's iPad. 5, 4.
We're just going to move on if you're not available. We just don't have unlimited time here.
Right.
And Will,
Brian,
maybe you could unmute them 3 at a time.
Yeah, I'll try to unmute somebody as somebody else is finishing up. Brian?
Thank you.
Go.
Okay.
Thank you, community member boards. My name is Brian Keenan at 520 76th Street, and most of my fellow residents have hit on that point. And one distinct point I wanted to just raise was the possibility that this issue should be brought to the United States Justice Department under the basis of the United Americans with Disability Acts under Title III. This is clearly a discrimination against those who can't get to their primary residence, and for that, I recommend that this proposition be thoroughly and distinctly rejected for those that live on the street and have, with respect to the schools. We hope to remain good neighbors, but this is just unreasonable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next.
Brett Nelson. You may have to confirm unmuting. There you go, Brett.
Thanks so much. So my name is Brett Nelson. I am one of the many families that live at the Promenade. And I just want to say a couple of things that that I think we're being misled about. The schools are not alone in facing this pandemic. We have very many families in the neighborhood that all need increased access to our block, not decreased. More deliveries, more access to go to work, more access to go to doctor's visits, et cetera. And the schools do not have a monopoly on that, and therefore they shouldn't have a monopoly on the street. They've also proven that they don't share very well. Every morning and every afternoon, they rope off the sidewalks with literal velvet ropes, preventing people from walking down the sidewalk. And every day they tell people to go into the street. What happens when we give them full control over what vehicles that they consider important? I think we should decide as the public which vehicles and which people are allowed down the street. And we shouldn't leave it up to the security teams of the school that have already proven time and time again that they support their own interests over ours. Please vote no.
Thank you. We've heard from a few of you. If anyone who still has their hand raised realizes that their comments are duplicative, please lower your hand. We would really appreciate that. Thank you. Otherwise, Will, next.
Journalist Robert Caro.
Yes, hi. I'm Robert Carroll, living at 530 for the past 25 years. One obvious practical thing, you have two private institutions who want access to a public street, which they already have. They park their cars, the faculty, on most of the side of East 76th Street. So they already have the street to themselves. I had to go park down up the block with my car to a private garage, and that's cost. I would love to be able to park in front of my house, but I can't because the schools have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Marina. Marina, you may have to confirm it.
I'm
there
here.
You go. Great.
Thanks. Thanks so much. I'm a resident at 530 East 76th. I echo all of everyone's concerns, but I also want to point out that we had, with Memorial Sloan Kettering opening up that other building, we have already have increased traffic on York Avenue, which does affect every one of us. And now if you take away the ability to come down all the way to our street, we're going to increase the backlog of cars that are stuck by either Ubers picking up people or by other trucks and vendors trying to get down our street, but they cannot, as well as the concerns that everyone had about the cars being double parked and already causing a problem. In addition, on the back of 75th, where everyone's talking about our entrance, Con Ed has blocked off part of the street. It's not like a free, where you can have cars parked on either side and then move back and forth. And also there are frequent deliveries that the schools get that also impede our access. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to say, Stephen Petrillo, you'll have a chance for 30-second rebuttal at the end of all of the people in opposition to the school. So I see two more hands. Will?
Yes, Roy Arkin. Roy, you may have to confirm unmuting by pushing a button at the bottom of your screen. Thank you.
Roy Arkin, 520 East 76th Street. Very short. It makes no sense for private business, which is what these two schools are, to annex our street for its own personal use. It's unspeakable.
Thank you.
And then Louisa Young.
I'm unmuted. Hi.
Yes.
The timer, Will, you need to reset. Thank you.
It's on it.
Resident of 520 East 76th Street. Mention has been made about EMS and the importance of that, and also about difficulty turning around and traffic. I would like the board to have the visual image, I'm here all day, every day, of enormous flatbed trucks for trash at the promenade, the garbage trucks, multiple huge moving trucks, not to mention enormous box trucks for deliveries of everything from Peapod, Fresh Direct, everything else, and then maybe the smaller vans for construction. Someone said you can't turn around in Con Ed. You've got to have wiggle room on this street, like a puzzle piece, if emergency were to come down. The visual image of huge trucks and multiple trucks. I just wanted to emphasize that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And you were the last speaker. Well, there's one more. Human Mohammadi, Will, and then we'll turn to Stephen and then move on. Thank you.
Human, you're
Yes.
unmuted.
Hi, everyone. I'm Human Yar Mohammadi. I'm a physician specialist in treating cancer patients and work in Memorial and live in 530 East 76th Street. I would, I hope that everybody will vote no to this, but if it's voted yes, I would like to know our Mark Landis's comment and opinion in regards to the liability issues if an ambulance is not able to reach to the patient, a resident in these buildings because of the all the issues that these play things cause, and it's delayed. Who is responsible? I mean, legally. Are these schools going to be responsible for that person that cannot get to the ambulance on time? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Stephen, you'll have 30 seconds. Talk fast in rebuttal. It's highly unusual to allow rebuttal, but given the vast difference in opposition to support, you can go ahead. Stephen, are you there?
You'll have to unmute yourself.
I just want to get back to some of the comments. We're asking for temporary play streets for the health and well-being of our students. It's not permanent. The Promenade spoke about local law 11. Yes, they are starting that. They're not going to do their whole building at once. The front of the building on 76th Street goes back their lobby 100 feet. They do not even allow contractors to go in that door. They allow them on 75th Street only. As far as emergency vehicles, let's be honest. This is New York City. We're going to train our students, and they know we're ready to move out of the way in case EMS comes in. We're not looking to put anyone in harm's way here. And regarding the John Jay Park, they
30 seconds
completely. They lock those buildings completely, and we only have access to the park, which is extremely congested. I'll be happy to share photos with you. Thank you very much. And
Thank you. And I appreciate everyone from the public here on behalf of or in opposition to the Play Street for being very considerate of our time and being succinct and respectful in your comments for our request. So thank you. I know that we have one more public speaker, Lo Vandervelk. So Lo, if you would, Will, do you see him and could you unmute him?
Give me 1 second, Lo. Yeah. Give me 1 second, Lo, and I'll find you. I need to get my Lo. You may have to confirm unmuting at the bottom of your screen. And we're going to give you 1 minute, Lo. I'm sorry.
Okay, my name is Lo Vandervalk, President Carnegie Hill Neighbors, speaking to 1083 Fifth Avenue, which the committee voted down. It's a front areaway extension, including a wall and a railing. I just wanted to confirm our opposition to it, and we thought that the discussion by the community board landmarks committee members was very incisive, penetrating, and I think they fully understood the issues and they articulated them well. So I'm looking forward to an excellent resolution and support from the whole community board. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'm gonna see Rita Popper with waving her hand. Thank you, Rita.
And is there a second? I think
I see Barry Schneider waving his hand.
Rebecca, and I see Rebecca Dangor. Okay, so the agenda is there yays or nays? Everyone in favor? Anyone opposed? We'll do it the way we normally do voting. Anyone opposed, please raise your virtual hand. No opposition, the agenda is adopted. Are there any amendments or changes, edits to the minutes? Okay, the minutes, anyone opposed? Raise your virtual hand. Okay, the minutes from last month are adopted as well. Okay, let's move on to our elected official reports, beginning with the Manhattan Borough President's Office. Isabel, I can't tell if you're here. Are you here? Is she here, Will?
3 seconds.
And if all of the elected official reps could raise your hand so that it's easier for Will to unmute you, that's terrific. Thank you. And I ask again if you could limit to 2 minutes. Okay,
Isabel.
I don't see.
Isabel is here.
Isabel?
Here.
Oh, okay. Good.
I'm here.
We like
Hi,
hearing from
everybody.
you.
I was hoping Gail will join. And Gail, if you're here, please, as I would rather Gail give the report, but very general with the budget. You know, many areas of disappointment. So you know that President Brewer has been pushing really hard for more social workers in schools, and so not so clear that with the hiring freeze, how this is going to have an impact. And now she feels that we need more social workers than ever in every school. And again, with the same thing with the budget, the NYPD 1 billion cut that many members of the community were asking for. So that's still like unclear that there was any substantial honoring of that request by the people. And so still looking at that. And the census, we are doing not so poorly, but still we need to continue to push, call your friends and families, and especially for certain areas where people have been self-quarantining and did the census, but gave the address where they were self-quarantining April 1st. It's very important that you indicate your permanent residence. You could always go back. You don't need a special code. You could always go back and amend that report and indicate that you live in Manhattan as your permanent residence. There's also the regret that the funding for the organics collection for the composting was not restored. And while we're very grateful that there is 2-point-something million, we still feel that it's a step back to what we really want to see happening in our communities in terms of more composting, more going greener and sustainable. So another priority that President Brewer is concerned about is the cuts to the Department for the Aging. It's going to have an impact in many programs, considering that the budget always allocated like a small amount of like less than 1% of the city budget, and having any type of cuts to this particular agency will have a great impact in citywide, and many of our Manhattan organizations that serve the agent will feel the impact. And also cutting the Board of President's discretionary money will mean a $241,675 in reductions to services in Manhattan alone. So that's a lot of money for an agency that has less than 1% of the city's budget. Also, the restoration for libraries, we're happy about that. Restoration of support for libraries and culture and arts. As you all know, the ULURP land use timetable continues to be suspended. So sorry about that. Motorcycle regular here in on my blog. So as you all know, the governor and the mayor confirmed New York City will now resume indoor dining as part of phase 3 reopening that has been postponed indefinitely as a result of the surging coronavirus cases in other states. So we remain vigilant, but we think that the outdoor dining will continue until September 7th, and still waiting to see how this pandemic evolves nationwide, and to see how indoors the decision about indoor dining is going to resume or evolve. The Department of Transportation has released an online form for community-based organizations like business improvement districts, merchant associations, or groups of 3 or more restaurants on a block to offer seating on open streets. And you probably all know that, but for those who don't, that's available. And again, we continue to stress the census, very important, more than ever, because remember, we're talking about a lot of money that will come or not come to our communities depending on the numbers. And those federal monies fund a lot of programs that our families depend on. Also, the newsletter, because of entering phase 3 of the reopening process, the newsletter, as you have noticed, is not being sent daily. It's now going to be a once-a-week format. But if there's any breaking news, urgent news that we need to put out there, then we will make an exception and send something the same day. But we want to thank you all for subscribing, reading it, and sharing it. And any questions?
No, we're not having questions, Isabel. We have your contact information. We'll put it in the chat and people can communicate with you directly.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And that's true for all of the elected officials and their reps. Okay, next I see Rebecca Grigas from Assemblymember Dan Court's office.
And we'll be putting back up a timer for the rest of the elected officials reps. Rebecca.
Thank you, Will.
Hello, everyone. Hi, this is Rebecca from Assemblymember Dan Court's office. We hope everyone is still hanging in there and is healthy and safe. I will be very quick with my report tonight. So session will be taking place next week, and we have a bill that we hope will be passed that I will tell you about. This bill, sponsored by the Assembly member, would establish a tracking system in the Board of Elections for people to see the status of their absentee ballots, such as when they'll be sent and if it has been accepted. We saw how the primary election went a few weeks ago with absentee ballots. And so if this bill is passed next week, we hope that it will solve that issue for future elections. Second, the New York State Department of Homes and Community Renewal is opening applications for the COVID rent relief program tomorrow. This is a program where you can apply for a one-time subsidy that will be given to your landlord to help pay off rent that you may not have paid yet due to COVID-related issues. Please visit the Department of Homes and Community Renewal's website to apply and learn more about the program. Third, our office has been getting some complaints regarding the Department of Transportation's open restaurant program in terms of inspectors not allowing them to expand or allow their outdoor seating plan. So if you or a business you know is struggling with these issues, please direct them to our office and we can look into the problem. And that is all that I have for tonight. I hope everyone has a great meeting.
Thank you. Rebecca, I think that our voting committee will be in touch with you for some of the information relating to the absentee ballot. So thank you for bringing that up. And we'll post or include information on the update about the other things. Thank you so much. Jenna Klaus from Councilmember Keith Power's office. Jenna? Will, for Jenna?
Yes, I'm unmuted. Hi, everybody. Hope you're doing well. You have now seen that we passed a budget in the council. It was one of the hardest budgets that the council has faced, but we are able to save a number of important programs the council member cares about, like summer youth employment, fair student funding, single shepherd guidance counselors, and half of the community composting budget. Part of the budget was also making cuts to NYPD, which was the beginning and not the end of a long-term conversation that needs to happen in the city, and I know that CB8 will be involved in. While Keith believes that this budget is imperfect, it'll make meaningful steps to address the fiscal crisis and calls for social justice. Had it not passed, the city would surrender control of its finances to the state, and many of the hard-fought restorations and beloved programs would have been eliminated. On one last note, our office just finished up Empower Hour, which was our twice-a-week hour where constituents would join us in reaching out to seniors in the district to check in on how people were doing. We managed to reach out to 10,000 seniors in the district. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenna. Okay, Jack Robbins from Assemblymember Rebecca Seawright's office.
Hi, everyone. Again, my name's Jack from Assemblymember Seawright's office. Just a few things. The Assemblymember is going to be having a mass giveaway at our district office on York Avenue from 12 to 2 p.m. tomorrow. We had our 16th town hall since COVID started last night about Roosevelt Island. As a result of that, we are organizing tours of the South Point Shoreline Project. I know not oftentimes as Roosevelt Island discussed here, but they are part of Community Board 8 and our Assembly District. So we always like to make sure that we're doing our best to help them out over there. And again, we'll have our town hall next Tuesday. If you have any information, please reach out to our office. We can be reached at 212-288-4607, and it will be in the chat. The Assemblymember has actually recently introduced a legislative package that we've been working with Manhattan DA's office to address some concerns that have arisen since COVID regarding cybersecurity, the use of Zoom and other platforms related to that. But that's all I really have. If you have any questions, again, please feel free to reach out to our office. We are ready to respond to any questions, but I'll be quick and I'm done.
Thank you, Jack. And I see that Will's already posted your information or Assembly members' information. Thank you. I see Mike Van Italy from State Senator Liz Kruger's office. Hi, Mike.
Hello, this is Mike from Senator Kruger's office. So the senator is going to be in Albany next week with the rest of the legislature, taking up some unfinished business. And she's working with her colleagues to pass legislation on a number of topics. And a number of those Rebecca touched on from Assemblymember Court's office. We passed the $100 million rental assistance bill, like she mentioned. And if you have questions about that, please contact our office. But we're also hoping to look at other measures to provide relief for renters who are struggling, having lost income from the pandemic. So stay tuned for that. And she's also very concerned about the Board of Elections performance in the primary last month. Was completely unacceptable. The number of mail-in ballots that did not reach voters in time. And so we're going to be looking at policy solution to make sure that doesn't happen in November. And then the Senate and the legislature will be holding some hearings as well on the state's response to the pandemic, particularly with some unanswered questions on the state's nursing home policy. Finally, we have a virtual town hall tomorrow night with the borough president, Brewer, which focuses on reopening and reimagining public spaces and what that means in the new COVID context. So all about the open restaurant and open streets and what has worked and what hasn't, what needs improvement. And so that's on our Facebook page. You can also call in, and we post all our events online if you can't make it at the time. So thank you.
Thank you, Mike. It sounds like an interesting program. Thank you. Okay, we have and again, I'm bad at this, Lifa Chu from the Public Advocate's Office. So Will, would you unmute her, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Camp and Mr. Brightbill. I am Lifa Chu. I'm from the Public Advocate's Office. I'm the new part-time borough liaison. I just wanted to reach out to see if just to share briefly who I am. I might be taking turns with Phil Ellison. He is the borough advocacy for the Manhattan Borough for Office of Public Advocate. So I'm just here filling in for him. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me at my email, which I'll share with Will. And I'm happy to be on board. And also, I am from the district myself. So if you have any concerns, please feel free to reach out to me or Phil. And that's it. Thank you, Chair Camp and Mr. Brightbill.
Thank you so much. It's really nice to meet you, Lifa, and welcome. Look forward to seeing you again. Okay, is there anyone else here from an elected official's office? And thank you, everyone who has spoken, for accommodating our time limit. Okay, so
there's a person named
Will?
Ed. There's a person named Ed, I believe to be Ed Hartzog, but there's only a yes. Okay, thanks.
Okay,
Ed.
well,
No, I
thank
just
you.
wanted to rename him if he was.
Okay. And I know that there are some board members who have their hands up, but we're not going to have questions for the elected officials. We have their email addresses and phone numbers, so we're just going to move on because of the length of the agenda. I will be very quick. There has been some complaints to me about the people running for office as well as board members helping other people run for higher office. I had a long conversation with the borough president's office about it, and the city rules require that any politicking, anyone running for office, not avail themselves of any city resources, and that includes using community board mailing lists. So the only way that you may correspond with someone on the community board is if you know them well enough to ask them if they mind if you email them, and then you cannot use, I believe, the CB8 email address. So if you're sending out, and I see Will nodding in agreement, if you see if you're sending emails on behalf of a campaign, please communicate with people first. They should be people that you know well enough to ask if they mind receiving the correspondence from you, and then do not use their CB8 addresses. The city was very emphatic about that with me, and I know that from experience with the Charter Commission ballot proposals. So please don't send any more emails around unless you have specific consent. Thank you very much. I'd like to announce that for the Racial Equity Committee that we will be having 3 co-chairs. I have 2 of them lined up, which are Wilma Johnson and Anthony Cohn. And so stay tuned for the first meeting on that. And I know a lot of you already replied that you would like to be members of that committee. We have our 3rd contact tracing program coming up Monday night. We have the executive director of New York City's Testing and Contact Tracing Corps coming to speak. So please tune in Monday at 6:30. And then on a week later on, I was going to say April, time is very odd. July 27th, we have a program through the Youth Education and Libraries Committee on the school reopening. So we're not really sure what focus that is, but it will be on the plans to reopen schools and safety issues. So please tune into that. We went and prepared flyers for the community taking part in the restart, as Matt Bauer had mentioned earlier on as part of our reopening program. The graphics are excellent. They were done by our intern, Teresa Wu, and it is really an attractive and informative flyer. So if any small businesses would like it, it's downloadable, and we're looking into laminating it. It comes in 3 different sizes, ready for you guys. And with that, I think I'm done. Will?
I will mostly just say have a wonderful summer. Check the chat for that flyer, and I give up my time so that we can move this meeting along as fast as possible.
Okay, thank you so much. So moving on to the agenda, we're going to start with the committee reports, hearing first from the Transportation Committee, Chuck and Craig.
1 second, I'll unmute both Craig and Chuck.
Thank you.
All right.
And I will be muting myself for now.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'll start. We have 3 resolutions. The minutes at the top of it state that there are 4, but the 4th vote was actually just a vote to have a letter written. So we only actually have 3 votes to take. The first is item 3, which is in regards to changing the parking regulations on Cherokee Place. For those of you who are not familiar with Cherokee Place, it is the street connecting 77th and 78th Streets alongside John Jay Park. And the proposal was to change the no parking on the east side of the street to no standing, as there have been reports of frequent cars that are parked in that no parking zone, quite possibly due to people who are using placards, which may or more likely may not be authentic legal placards. And the issue is that there have been numerous instances recently where vehicles have been unable to turn either onto or off of Cherokee Place due to these being larger vehicles, due to cars being in there, and Cherokee Place is a narrower street than your typical street. I believe it's only 24 feet wide. So if you have vehicles that are parked on both sides and a wide vehicle trying to turn, it becomes a challenge. So we had a constituent come to us asking for no standing to be the parking regulation on the east side of the street. After some discussion, we settled on providing daylighting. So there's a little confusion, I think, in terms of how the vote took place and what side of Cherokee Place we need to daylight. On the north side of Cherokee Place at 78th Street, there are the current no parking extends all the way to the corner of 78th Street. And we're proposing 2 parking spaces, 2 current no parking spaces be converted to no standing. So that's a little bit of a change or a clarification from what occurred at the meeting, because we were focused on the south side at the corner of 77th Street, where there is daylighting in effect. But Will, I know that there were pictures that were provided to you earlier. I don't know if you can
Yes.
share them. But
happily,
the constituent who brought forward this proposal was noting that the issue is actually present both on the 77th and 78th Street sides. These pictures that Will is showing allude to, or you can see in there that there are cars on the right-hand side parked in the no parking area. These are parked probably illegally. And these are the vehicles that are creating challenges for larger vehicles, such as emergency vehicles and like fire trucks. And these are what have been seen. So this is a proposal to essentially provide 2, the equivalent of 2 no parking spaces to make them no standing on the 78th Street side. And on the 77th Street side, they would we'd provide 2 additional spaces to be no standing rather than no parking. Parking on the left side of the street, on the west side, is unaffected. That is currently a parking lane and has been for a while. All right, so if anyone has any questions, I see Ed. Will, if you could unmute Ed.
Ed.
Sorry. Sorry, Craig. It's sort of it's not a question about that. I just was glomming onto the last bit. I just want to make a question, throw something out to the state reps. Sorry, Lita, back to them on the voting matter. I just want to throw out to them, when they go to Albany, I would just like for them to address the situation on the voting and the absentee. Sorry, Craig, on the transportation, it's not related, but I feel this is very important and I don't want to lose it in case they drop off. It is exceedingly important for any state reps when you go back to Albany to address this issue regarding the postmarks and people's absentee ballots. I've spent the last 2 days in Brooklyn for 10 hours each day. We cannot get the answer out of the Board of Elections. People who may have sent their absentee ballot back to vote aren't going to be able to have their vote counted because it was not postmarked, and it might have arrived at the Board of Elections after the 23rd statutorily. I know, Alita, I'm sorry, but I just wish they would talk to the governor about some kind of an executive order to solve this problem. I'm sorry, I was waving my arms to address it at time.
I know you were, but the problem is that I'm sure you're not the only one with comments. So I understand the urgency of this and the critical nature of this, but I just have to ask that you've had a say, and if we could just move on, I think the board members would really appreciate it, because I'm sure a number of them have something that they would like to say to our reps or in general as well. And I don't know what happened to my computer. I'm trying to log on again. So can you hear me? Yeah, you can, since you said it. So if we could move on, Ed, and please there's a voting committee, and they're going to be meeting, I believe, in September. Am I speaking on
No,
what
you're great.
Yeah.
You're great.
Okay.
Craig, back
The
over to you.
picture is gone.
All right.
Thank you.
I guess we have Sarah Chu next.
Elaine Walsh. Elaine Walsh.
Oh, I'm sorry, Elaine Walsh. I missed that. You're right. My bad.
I'm confused on your presentation. Cherokee Place is between 77th and 78th Street.
Correct.
What you presented were parking issues on 78th Street or 77th Street. Cherokee Place has been in place for the last 75 plus years and not been a problem. So if we've got some double parking there, we need to talk about it, but there are parking rules on Cherokee Place. Everything you spoke to, Craig, from my hearing, was you talked about 78th Street or 77th Street. That's not Cherokee Place. Could you please explain what you're talking about?
We're talking about on Cherokee Place, the two spaces on the east side of the street closest to 78th Street will become no standing rather than the current no parking. On the 77th Street side on Cherokee Place, so the two southernmost spaces on immediately adjacent to John Jay Park.
No, on 77th on Cherokee, are you talking about?
I'm talking on Cherokee. On Cherokee Place.
The southern, there's no southern there. It's either east or west, so I'm confused.
Cherokee Place is a north-south street. So on the southern portion of it, closer to 77th Street. Currently, you have no standing on the right side of the street alongside John Jay Park for two spaces.
So the east side of Cherokee.
The east side of Cherokee Place. Okay. We're talking about. So we're essentially changing four spaces, 2 by 78th Street and 2 by 77th, from no parking to no standing.
Because
there are cars that are illegally parked in the no parking lane that are creating barriers for emergency vehicles such as fire trucks that are unable to make the turn onto or off of Cherokee Place.
So let me get it clear. You're saying there's no enforcement on that no parking.
There
are certain cars that can park in no parking. So you're saying you want to change because some people are parking and it's not. Have you lost me?
No, we're here.
Okay, a phone thing went up. You're saying you want to change because there's no enforcement of the no parking there? Because what no parking provides in that area is a very heavy elderly piece, is for elderly or disabled people to park there with a legal placard. So I'm concerned that you're changing regulations because there's no enforcement of the current no parking. And to move to no standing, why do you think there will be any change?
And that is why, rather than the original proposal that was made by the constituent to change the entire block to no standing. We are only doing 2 spaces on either side of 77th and 78th Street.
On
Because
the
there is that awareness on the east side of the street alongside John Jay Park. This way, there are still those spaces mid-block that will hopefully be less of an issue for turning vehicles. And this way, if there are any legal placards that are displayed for vehicles that are parking there, they will still be able to do so. But the constituent who brought this to our attention also noted that many of the placards that are there are questionable in terms of their legality. And Colleen Chowdergoon from DOT said they are almost definitely, in most instances, illegal placards.
So we need to reinforce that issue, because what you showed were delivery trucks who need to park, and that's a whole other area. So I'm concerned about changing parking again in the community to allow for commercial vehicles to park. I didn't see a fire truck or a police or an EMS had a problem. So I'm just concerned about where we're going with changing regulations.
Okay. Thank you, Elaine.
Elaine, if I can explain, this is Chuck.
Yeah.
Here's what we did. There's a situation with trucks and emergency vehicles turning onto the street from 77th and 78th. And what we wanted to do was, with a minimum of changing parking regulations, make that a little easier. So as Craig was saying, we just, on Cherokee Place, took 2 extra spaces, 1 toward the 78th Street, 2 toward the 78th Street side, 2 toward the 77th Street side, and make that no standing. And that means that people cannot park there. As you said, people with placards can park, and there is an issue with placards.
No, you can if it's no standing.
I know, with no parking, that's what I'm saying, the existing. But that's the reason why we want to make it no standing. And it's been our experience in the Transportation Committee that that's the kind of thing that works best, because you can't always count on enforcement in no parking zones. But we've tried to do it in a way that still preserves a lot of the no parking areas where people with regular legal placards and people with disabilities can still park.
But then, given you're saying going up from Cherokee to 78th, that there's a problem making the turn, wouldn't you consider it would be the west side of Cherokee for those 2 spaces and not the east side? I just raised it with you. I'm not the transportation, but I know the community there well, and I am concerned about loss of space for disabled people.
A turning vehicle can turn a little towards the right in order to make a wider turn. So the idea was, rather than try to take away 2 legal parking spaces, to try to allow vehicles, and wider vehicles need to do that regularly. And this is why many intersections have what's called daylighting, where you keep the intersections clear, the parking lanes clear, so wider vehicles have more ability to make those wider turns.
And this is 24/7?
This would be 24/7. Yeah. Wait, and Will is displaying a picture of a fire truck that is
no, I don't.
Unable to make a turn over here. And I used to live literally at that corner of 78th Street and Cherokee Place, so I know the intersection very well.
I'm sorry, the photo I have is of 2 cars under a tree.
And there's a fire truck in the background.
Fine. I can't see it, but I'll believe you.
Okay.
All right, Sarah, I guess Sarah's next, right?
Yes, Sarah.
Hi. So that is in fact my car. That is on the legal side of the street, that where the fire truck is trying to pass. And so it's parked on the west side of Cherokee Place. And I live at the Cherokee, and so I can endorse the perspective of the constituent that we do have problems with emergency cars, emergency vehicles, when moving vans are coming through. The pavilion is across the street from us on 77th. And so there's a lot of activity in and out there, and in our building too. And so I do appreciate I do appreciate that it's that we're tinkering at the ends where it allows passage of the vehicles, because we do have a number of residents of our building who have the disabled placards and need those parking spots. I was wondering, may we add to the resolved and include language about the need for enforcement of placards? The placards that the constituent mentioned, if they're the ones that I've seen, they're pretty egregious. I mean, it really does look like someone put every federal and state and city agency logo on a piece of paper and laminated it. And the problem's particularly bad in the evenings and over the weekends. And so to the extent that this could be, that we could have more enforcement attention there, that I think that it would be really helpful for that block. Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, it's ironic you say that. I was just reading today about how they've disbanded one of the placard enforcement groups temporarily as they're transitioning into new placards that I think are supposed to be introduced next year. So we had a discussion about placards as a result of this, and that's something that we are definitely going to be taking up again. Chuck, I don't have a problem adding something about
Fine.
placards.
That's fine. Yep, it's fine.
All right. Thank you, Sarah.
Right, thank you.
Can we call on Michelle, please? Well,
Michelle?
Yes, hi, thank you very much. I just wonder if, as we go along with each committee, can you please put the agendas so that we see the votes and that we see the order of things? Can you put it up on the screen? I tried to print it today from meeting materials and was unable to do it. So it would be very helpful to me as we go through the agenda on each of the items in each of the committees. Thank you.
yeah, and I apologize. I should have mentioned the vote was 17 yes, 16 plus 1 public member yes, 4 no's, 3 members plus 1 public member.
Yeah, but we should see this on the screen, Craig, so that we can see the resolution. Okay,
Yeah,
I'd appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. I just meant to include that earlier. All right, are there any other comments or?
I didn't see anyone else. I didn't see anyone else who had their hand up. Maybe we can vote.
Yeah.
Why don't we vote?
Motion.
Do we need someone to call the
Yes,
question?
Yeah, we could, I guess we could say the question's called since no one wants to speak.
Well, no, let's do this the right way, please. So we need a resolution.
There is a resolution.
Yeah, the resolution's on the table.
And okay, then we need someone to call the question other than you guys.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
I called the question, yeah.
All right,
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you, Rebecca. Second,
Second?
someone raise their hand, put their hand up. And
We do want to always go to the board members on the phone before we call the question, and we haven't mentioned that. And I do see Wilma.
Have
with
we
her hand
seen
up.
that? That's true. I've been off, but I haven't seen any. So thank you guys.
Sorry,
Is
recognizing
anyone
Wilma.
on the phone?
Yeah.
Yeah, Wilma's on the phone.
Wilma?
Okay, there's a couple of people now who, if we wait long enough, I guess, yeah.
Wilma, to you.
Oh, you already passed it, wasn't recognized. It's okay. Next time.
Okay.
I don't know what's the matter with yours, telephone. I mean, my telephone must be because I've never recognized. All right.
It just takes a second to come up. Sorry. So I think that actually is then the question was called.
Wilma, did she hang up, Will?
She muted herself.
Okay. Because Wilma, if you have something to say, now's a good time.
All right, while we wait to see if Wilma wants to speak, can we unmute Sharon in case she has a comment that was not calling to question?
I'm not hearing anything.
Sharon, you just have to confirm unmuting.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to call a question.
Okay, lower your hand next time, and that way there's no confusion.
Okay, so I'm confused. What's happening at this point?
The question has been called.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And it's been seconded, so we're ready for a vote. We just wanted to hear from people on the phone.
All right, so I guess we'll assume all votes are yes. If anyone wishes to vote other than yes, please raise your hand using the virtual hand raising.
Rebecca Lamort, our secretary, is going to take this vote.
I see a few hands. If you want to unmute Abraham.
Sorry. Abraham.
Voting no. Okay. Next, I see Elaine Walsh's hand.
Voting no.
Thank you. Voting no. Next, Elizabeth Rose.
Voting no.
Voting no. Anyone else, please raise your hand now if you are not voting for if you're not voting for cause, if you'd like to vote no, or if you'd like to abstain. Seeing no other hands, everyone will be recorded as a yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. And please feel free to read out the vote counts when you've got that. Thank you. Okay, next.
Next item is item 4, and this is the placement request, 76th Street between York Avenue and FDR Drive, requested by the town school and Lycée Française. And we've had a certain amount of discussion, and let's see who, what members want to be recognized here on this.
You have Marco.
I see Marco. Why don't we call on Marco Tamayo first?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, Marco, we can.
The motion and then to speak. The motion is for disapproval of his application. If anybody can second that motion.
Second.
Thank you. This proposal is about senior citizen residents with serious health conditions versus the school needs that they want to use the street rather than to use the park, which is bigger, safer than the street. In short, lives versus the school and willingness to use the park. The second point, it is questionable how this applicant reached their neighbors on July 3rd, and the committee meeting was on July 8th, and no posting, even though we stopped it. And finally, the temporary permit creates a precedent for the rest of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. Vanessa Aronson, I think, is next. Will, if you could
She's unmuted.
I'm unmuted. It just took a second. Hi, I unfortunately didn't make this transportation meeting, but I have a few questions to board members who are there and regarding their votes. I'm frankly, having listened to all of the concerns that were brought up, I'm still really confused. One, I noticed that many board members who have voted yes on expanding the open streets program, which closes down streets, all voted no on this. And I don't quite understand how we can consider these things to be different. So we're okay for pedestrians, but not for children to be using streets. Second, looking at the summary of the application in the resolution, my understanding is that
residents, particularly those with disabilities, would be able to access the street. So I don't quite understand why we couldn't make sure that anyone's can get through the street when they need to. We shut down streets all the time for street fairs, for parades, for UNGA. UNGA is the UN General Assembly is a perfect example of when streets are closed for extremely long periods of time, yet people who are residents of the streets are able to get in and out of them with, frankly, easier time than when there's traffic. And third, a lot of concerns about ambulances, which I completely understand, and accessibility. These are issues that are very important to me personally. My understanding is that ambulances would be able to get through. And again, frankly, when there isn't regular traffic and a public safety officer present, which is what the application says, this should be an easier, faster way to get an ambulance through to a one-way street than when we have normal traffic conditions. So I'm very confused about that. I also see that that a lot of the discussion has been around whether or not these children should be using park space versus these play streets. The Play Streets program was created for this purpose. If we thought we had enough park spaces, why are we also voting yes on open streets? We have to acknowledge that there's not enough outdoor space. And these are children going back to school, trying to be in a responsible way, socially distanced, which is a completely different idea. And they're trying to be responsible by using the spaces we have. We're opening up streets and parking spots to restaurants right now. Why would we not open these up for children who are trying to go to school? And finally, as a former educator, taking children across the street, so not just outside their school onto an open street, but across the street to a park, which I know they already do, but can be very difficult work. For anybody who ever has had children or has had to be in charge of a group of 20, 30 plus children, you know that at any given time, someone needs to go to the bathroom, someone falls and scrapes their knee, someone needs to go in because they're crying. Like, the school is asking to have outdoor space, accessible to them, not to have to make it a field trip every time they go to the park. So those are my confusions about why there is such a big, such opposition, especially from our board, who I've seen vote in different ways on other similar issues. I share my perspective in asking those questions, but I'm truly asking if people have something they can respond to about why this confusion. I would really listen. So thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. I think some of the people who speak next may respond to that. Next is Rita Popper. Can we unmute Rita, Will?
Yep, Rita.
I don't know if I can answer your questions, but 76th Street happens to be a very narrow street. It is a cul-de-sac, and the only way an emergency vehicle to get into the street is one way going toward the end of the cul-de-sac. At the end of the cul-de-sac, you make what is called a 3-point turn. Normally, however, with cars parked on either side of the street, and that is a normal car, that is a sedan, that is not an ambulance or an ambulette. So now, as they go down to try to turn around, it becomes a 5- and 6-point turn, which means you go forward and back and forward and back, so you're not backing into cars. Therefore, you have lost a great deal of time with somebody who has a stroke or a heart attack. Crossing the street with a class is not, there's generally a teacher at the front, there's generally a teacher at the back. It doesn't take very long to get across the street. That is why I am voting against it, and I hope my fellow members of the board will also vote against it, because it is a life and death opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Next is Michelle Birnbaum. Can we unmute Michelle?
Michelle, you're unmuted.
Yes, thank you. Firstly, let me say this. I believe I can speak to it. I'm going to be not voting for cause. I think I have to give a reason, and you judge whether or not this is a good reason. But it came to my attention at our last meeting that even though I had never met him before and don't know him, but the gentleman who is the attorney for the buildings, it turns out that he is a partner and my daughter's in a firm, law firm in which my daughter works. I don't know if that constitutes a not voting for cause or a reason, but I felt the need to throw it out there. However, not voting, I believe, does not give me a reason where I can still state my opinion and I can still speak to it. So I believe that's true according to Robert's rules.
Yes.
So let me say that I support the community wholeheartedly in this. There are a lot of people involved. They showed up in heavy numbers at the Transportation Committee. They came out in heavy numbers tonight. Their reasons were compelling. I am very, very sympathetic to people whose access is limited to their own homes, emergency, pulling up in front of your own building, you know, whatever it is. And also, this rule would be indefinite. Now, it is temporary, but it is indefinite because nothing is going to change until social distancing is no longer needed. That will not happen until we have a vaccine. So while the proposal won't go on forever, it will go on for a significant amount of time. It will maybe go on into the winter months. Children love to come out and play in the snow, but if there is snow, that even makes the street more narrow than it is now. So as I said, I won't be voting, but I hope you all hear my opinion, and I like to support the community when it comes out this strongly for something, and I believe there's merit in the argument. So thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Elizabeth Rose is next. Can we unmute Elizabeth?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd like to say that I actually appreciated everything Vanessa said because it was many of the things that she raised are questions that I've asked myself about the vote on that particular day. I was very impressed by the presentations of the two schools and particularly how proactive they are being about converting their cafeteria and gymnasium space into classrooms in order to allow as many of their students back for as many days of the week as possible. I wish the Department of Education were being so proactive with our public school students. It is to me astonishing that they have not similarly announced that every gymnasium and cafeteria space will be on a temporary basis repurposed as classrooms to allow more students to be back in the buildings. And instead, so many families are going to be struggling because their schools will only be in session 2 days a week for their children. I genuinely believe all schools are going to have tremendous challenges and difficulties, things that we cannot even imagine over the course of this year as students return to schools with social distancing. Their challenges are going to be financial, their challenges are going to be with space, their challenges are going to be simply managing new news on a daily basis and all of the economics. We absolutely are closing down all sorts of things in order to help our small businesses. Private schools are actually a major business on the Upper East Side. They are one of the reasons that many families live in our community. And I don't think that we should be thinking of this as, is this a public school or a private school? We should be thinking about this as, these are school children. These are the smallest people and in greatest need in our community. And I'm confident that with the modifications that were made to the proposal and the movement of the entrance to the open streets, that all needs can be met. I grew up on what was an open street in front of a school. And I have to say that the very rare times when the street that I live on are closed for events like the marathon, the residents on the block think that those are the best days of the year. So I thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Adam Wald is next, I believe. Can we unmute Adam?
Hi, I'm here. If it's okay, I had a question for Mr. Morante. Could you explain the program, is it a local law 11 program, the scaffolding program for East 76, the timing, if there's going to be prolonged staging, so on and so forth? Would he be allowed to answer that question?
I think that was Petrillo. You meant Mr. Petrillo, didn't you?
No, I meant Mr. Morante from East 76th Street, from the building that was going to do the scaffolding. He spoke earlier in the public sector.
Remember,
You're talking about someone from the residential buildings, Adam, aren't you?
Yes.
I don't know if he's still here. Will, is he still here?
He said it was local law
And
11.
you know what? Actually, it's not up to me. I'm sorry, Chuck. I stepped on your toes. Go right ahead. Sorry.
No, I guess it's local law 11. I guess it's local law 11 work. And I thought he was referring to something the schools were doing, but maybe it's their building then. Maybe I had it wrong, Adam. But I think, I don't know, I don't want to get off on, but why don't we can, if he can succinctly talk about it, that's okay.
Who was that again?
Morancic.
I'm sorry.
Arthur, can you unmute Arthur?
Yes, Arthur.
Arthur Moranti. Yeah.
Yes. Hello. Number one, it's important to know that this is not only a project, local law 11 project for our building, but it includes the town schools premises, some of which are part of our condo and some of which they own outright. And we have elected to do this jointly with the town school. So there have been conversations and negotiations going on for almost a year now with the town school people and our people and the project management people. And we are probably, as I said in my comments, 2 to 3 weeks away from actually beginning construction, putting scaffolding up, negotiating with Con Ed for their premise to protect their premises, negotiating with the city because we have to put scaffolding above the FDR drive. And of course, we've recently completed a site safety plan with the input and cooperation of the town school, because we have to protect their play area on the roof of their school. So all of this work has now reached the fruition. We have to begin our work because we're about a year late, but we've gotten extensions from the city of New York, and we are ready to begin our project. The total cost of this project, to give you a concept of magnitude, is $6 million. And I would tell you that about $1 million of that work is on the town school itself. So this is a major project, and I hope I, touched on the points of interest that you asked.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Adam. Did you want to say anything else?
No, I was just concerned that if we're going to open the school or open the street to school use simultaneously with this significant construction project going on, whether it's going to kind of kill the effect and create additional blockage on the street.
I don't know about the blockage. I thought that Stephen Petrillo said in his remarks, and it was short, but I thought he said that it would not affect the street, but I don't know if he's still here.
Stephen is here. If you would like me to call on him, he is still here.
I'd like him to clarify that issue about how it affects the street.
Stephen.
Stephen?
Oh, yes, thank you. How it affects 76th Street, I'm still puzzled by the comments because their service entrance is on 75th Street. We've asked them to start on 75th Street. We've been waiting for the plans actually for 7 years for local law 11 to happen. They are putting scaffold on our roof. We do know that. I don't know when that's going to happen. But as far as 76th Street, it is open as far as we know. They will not allow contractors to come in their main door on 76th Street. Their lobby goes down 100 feet to 75th Street, and that's where their elevators are. So that's where the contractors will be on 75th Street. And that's another reason why we didn't choose 75th Street. We only chose 76th Street to easing the burden on the residents there and trying to work within the residents with all their complaints and with all their concerns. You know, I have an 82-year-old mother that loves to see kids play. She has glaucoma and she has emphysema, and she is young at heart to watch them play on Play Streets, Marathon, and everything else. So I understand your concerns with the elderly, and we have truly addressed it as best we can. And I would really hope this community board sees the need for children to get out to play. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's get back to the board. Elaine Walsh is next. Can we unmute Elaine?
Elaine, you can push a button.
We can't hear you, Elaine.
Will you push the button to confirm unmuting?
She's
Elaine.
Unmute. Okay, finally.
There you
It
are.
took a little slow on. I guess I was confused. I thought the town school had the play area over the over the promenade where children could go out and play. I know that street very well. I lived there for years, but I don't understand the use of the play street. Is it because they can't cross the street to John Jay Park? Do you know what I'm saying? Because you could go down at the end of the cul-de-sac and walk across and go to the park. So I don't know if they've worked out plans with the public school to use and share the park together. But my bigger concern was, I thought they had a play area over the promenade, but maybe I'm wrong.
So he's shaking his head no. Elaine.
No, that's not the school that has the.
No, that's on 84th Street. Or 83rd Street.
Okay.
That's on the Esplanade.
Why I needed to ask the question. Okay, fine.
Thank you. Thanks, Elaine. Next is Sarah Chu. Can we unmute Sarah?
Sarah?
Hi, this is Sarah. Before I ask my question, I clarified with my husband that that yellow smart car is not ours, that we do own a yellow smart car, but that particular one has a different roof than ours. So we were not the ones that the firemen had to move. With regard to the Play Street, so I'm a little torn because there's a public school on 77th Street that has 900 kids in it. And if PS 158 and the middle school there came to us and asked us to close off 77th and 78th Streets, you would effectively be closing off 78th Street because 77th is, it loops from 77th to 78th there. That for the purposes of equity, we would need to say yes there too. And so that's something that I'm struggling with as someone who lives on that block and has a child that goes to 158. My question is, is there not some way that we can use the privately operated public space between John Jay and the pavilion as the play area? It's directly adjacent to the Play Street, the proposed Play Street area. It's out of the street, so there isn't any vehicle traffic, and it would resolve the issues that about access to the promenade and John Jay House. And so there's really the distance between the pops and the street is negligible. And so why couldn't there be some way to maybe close off a portion of the pops there by the pavilion for use for a play yard instead of using the street?
I think, Sarah, in terms of, after discussion in the committee, they moved where the Play Street starts, and so that John Jay House is they're not affected now. It's beyond them. So that's at this point, their entrance and vehicles it's not an issue for them. The pavilion is obviously right there. They couldn't do anything about the pavilion. But there never was any discussion about the POPs area in our committee. on that.
Okay. Is that something that can be explored? Because it seems like a great use of that space. I mean, the street is a street and the Pops is tiled, and so we're not comparing, grass to non-grass. And it seems like a more contained place for children to play anyway. So that's my suggestion.
Sarah, are you referring to what effectively is Cherokee Place, but the portion of it that isn't a street, that's more like a public space?
Right. It looks like a park outside the fencing that surrounds John Jay.
Right.
And so there's bushes there. There's like bricked flooring and a sculpture, and it runs between 77th and 76th.
And is that publicly owned private space, or is that actually part of John Jay Park, just not the fenced in area?
I believe it's, and I think Elaine would know the answer to this. I believe it's publicly owned private space or privately run public space. No.
Privately owned.
The Pops are. That is operated by the pavilion.
I don't know. We'll see if maybe Stephen Petrillo or somebody could send a chat to Will on this. Stephen, send a chat and he can pass it on while we're further discussion. Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks.
Chuck, I'm sorry. Before we go on to Barbara Rudder, I just would like to ask, because it's after 8:30, if it's possible for the board members to make sure that their comments are as succinct as possible. I know that there are people that would appreciate that. Thank you for letting me interrupt.
Okay.
And also, I know that Borough President Gail Brewer is here, but I've asked if we could wait until after this particular vote to be able to hear her. So let's continue.
She said it was fine. Thank you.
Barbara Rudder is next. Can we unmute Barbara?
I'm unmuted, right?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'd like to answer one thing that Vanessa said. I am very much for opening streets such as Park Avenue, but I am not voting yes in this issue. This is opening up streets is for everybody. This is not for everybody. Can PS 158's kids come to this street if it's closed? This would be specific just for this one school, and I think that's a major difference. What will happen to the 158 kids then? They will not have the pleasure of an open street. That's as quick as I can be, Alita.
Thank you, Barbara. Sharon is next.
Thank you, Barbara.
A couple of things. I might be one of the few people that attended an elementary school in which during playtime actually lunchtime, between 12 and 2, the streets were closed down. It's really one of the fondest memories of my childhood. We busted out screaming and playing kickball and stickball, and I'm dating myself because when this happened, there were no rules and regulations concerning closing down the streets. The school worked with the residents of that street, and everybody absolutely welcomed the initiative, but that is not what we have here now. And as much as I would want to support this, I am a little bit concerned for a couple of reasons. One is that I noticed that the hours are from 9 until 2:45, or effectively 3 p.m., a total 6 hours. And I remember when I played out on the street, it was just for an hour, but the street was closed for 2 hours because they had 2 lunchtime periods. And I also know that you know what, this is an entirely different environment, and we have COVID-19, and we're still in this pandemic, and I am extremely sympathetic to school administrators as well as parents who want this to happen. And so, you know, I'm thinking, do we really need to have 6 full hours? Given that the community is against this proposal in the first place, and as Sarah raised, there could possibly be equity issues with other schools in the immediate vicinity needing to have space as well. So I wanted to ask Chuck or Craig, was there any discussion about perhaps reducing the hours to say 4 hours? Is there any flexibility in the amount of hours that the street is used exclusively for these 2 schools?
You know, Sharon, there wasn't a discussion necessarily of shortening it, but one of the things that was discussed at the committee was the fact that the students were going to go out in very small groups, and so and at different times. So that's the reason why I think, you know, they're trying to stagger things so that they could have social distancing and not very big groups. And I think that's one of the reasons why they would need longer hours. It's the impression I had. I mean, the board could always say, you know, try to work it into fewer hours, and I think that might mean that they have bigger groups out. I think that's the balance that they're trying to strike.
And I'd like to address that, because I think Sarah raised a very good point. If there is a privately owned public space, POPs, privately owned public space, which I have always thought that these POPs were more private than they were public. If we can reduce the hours, make use of that space, if that is a POP space, if we can determine that that is the case, as well as the park, a combination of those factors might be helpful to the 2 schools, and we can also be responsive to the community, specifically with reducing the number of hours requested from, say, 6 hours to approximately 4 hours. Just a recommendation.
We got a message through the chat room that Stephen Petrillo said it's owned by the Parks Department, that space. So it's not a privately owned space. It's owned.
Okay.
And I confirmed that with the MAS website. They don't have it listed there either.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And I'll just add that, just knowing from my son's experience, that many schools have different recess times and lunchtime staggered, starting in some cases very early, in order to allow all kids to be able to use the spaces that they have available to them. So I would hate to just assume that we would be able to reduce that without the schools being able to actually say that would work for them, because that may not, in fact, be a viable option, just based on trying to allow the kids to have the space that they need.
Yeah. Thanks, Sharon. Laurie Boris is next. Can we unmute Laurie?
Laurie, you may have to confirm. Laurie? Laurie, can you confirm unmuting? I don't see her anymore on my screen, so she may have stepped away. Do you want to go to Peter Patch?
No, here.
Oh, there you are.
Hello?
Laurie, there you
We hear you.
Can you hear me?
Okay,
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm having a bit of trouble with my computer, so I have to talk fast because I think I'm going to lose battery power. But okay, so here's what I want to say. 2 or so weeks ago, my 86-year-old father was taken by ambulance to a rehab center. And so I had the opportunity, I won't say pleasure, but I had the opportunity to see an ambulance in action. Now, my parents don't live in the city, but the point is that they live in a suburban house which has many steps, both going into the home and upstairs to where my father was located. And I was truly amazed by what they had. And my father couldn't walk. My father can't walk. And they had some contraption that I was really impressed with, that they carried up the stairs, and then I don't know if they slid him down. I don't know how they did it, honestly, but it was truly remarkable how they managed to get my father, who was up like considering like 2 flights of steps, out to the ambulance. The point here is that the ambulance is not coming to your building, okay? The equipment that they need to carry you out is coming to your building. The ambulance can do whatever it has to do to turn around if they have to, if they have to do like whatever they have to do to turn around. But the point here is that this is not an inconvenient, well, maybe it's the wrong word. I'm sorry. I'm having like a little trouble with my words. It's not going to hurt the elderly people who are living in these 2 buildings, okay? When we talk about the community, it is in addition to the 2 buildings that are on this street, which are not going to be impacted because the whole street is not being closed, and because the ambulance workers, medical workers can get in and out of the buildings, and so it's not really a problem. I agree with and all of the things that Elizabeth Rose said and that Vanessa said, and we need to consider that we are talking about children. And when we talk about the community, it's the however many hundreds of children go to these 2 schools, and they don't get a vote, okay? So I want everybody to consider the fact that we are talking about, for the benefit of children, that is not in any way affecting or preventing the seniors who need to get in and out of the building. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. I'd like to just remind everyone, Alita's admonition to try to keep things as succinct as possible, because we have still 4 more speakers that I see. Peter Patch is next. Can we unmute Peter? Will?
Yeah, I have extreme concern. I'm on, as you know, the Youth and Education Committee, extreme concern about any school, public or private, primary, middle, or secondary, let alone colleges, function while this pandemic is still active and a threat and a risk to every participant, student, teacher, parent and family, and administrators. I apologize for this, but at the risk of getting dramatic, I've been trying to guess how many teachers are going to get infected and frankly end up, possibly dying. And I don't say that, I mean, I actually mean that, as our schools try to reopen and get pressed to reopen, as soon as you have to go into this lockdown mode, you've cut the capacity of any classroom by half. And therefore, I'm very sympathetic to what we can do in order to make the possibility of a school functioning adequately more possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Vanessa will have to skip over you because others have to speak, for the first time. And Tricia Shimamura is next. Tricia?
I just want to be very, very quick. I don't, Barry, I'm going to have to confer with you after this, and we may have to make a call to the Parks Department, but I have generally operated thinking that space that Sarah Chu was referring to was overseen or taken care of by the pavilion. So I'm happy to look into that further, but I personally think it's a really good idea. I'm very supportive of open streets. I was very supportive of that. To be honest with you, I thought that I was going to be supportive of this before the transportation meeting. I was very moved by the folks with disabilities and the seniors who came out to speak about this. I was very moved by the fact that these two schools seemingly have open spaces that they're already using. I go to John Jay every day. Most of the time I go to John Jay Park now twice a day. And I do understand that it's a very well-loved, well-used park, but I can't necessarily agree with the fact that I think that it's at capacity in that space. Yes, of course we need open space. This one just happened, these two schools happen to be right across the street, and I'm not necessarily, I personally was not moved enough to say yes, we should be cutting off this street here. It is, as Rita said, it's a cul-de-sac, and it's got certain characteristics that I think just make it unique. But I really do like Sarah's idea of trying to figure out the oversight of that pavilion space. It's a big space. It's right now, and those who use it every day, it's not, I would say it's not great the way it's used. So to see it used and activated more through perhaps putting like children there playing, I think is a really great idea. So I'm happy to look into this. Barry, I can't see you on the screen, but hopefully you would agree that we could look into this and see if it is park space. But I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you, Tricia. Ed Hartzog is next. Ed, can we unmute Ed?
Thanks, Chuck. I'm going to be as fast as I can. Someone contacted me about this issue during the week. As I said, I've been gone the last couple of days out in Brooklyn on this vote recount canvas. The issue that was brought to me had more to do with the proposal, but I'm not going to speak to that. My son and I go to John Jay a lot, all the time, and I echo what Tricia says. I don't think it's at capacity. However, the issue I really would like to speak to is this issue of equity, and it is very important. And I do understand the difficulties of the situation, and with children and schools, and my God, we could go on for hours just on that. But I just would throw this out for our consideration. I would like to refer to something Elizabeth Ashby brought up several years ago when she was talking about heliports on top of private schools. There is this constant competition among private schools. If they have it, we have to have it, et cetera, et cetera. But what really struck me in this conversation was what Sarah Chu brought up. You have 158, not one block away, facing York Avenue, which is very busy normally and is getting busier. And I would just say this: if we are going to do this, if everybody is so for this, and that's fine, I would say, I want this board to be fully, completely on board with doing and providing this very unique opportunity to every private and public school within this community district. Because how in the world can you look at any other public school that comes to us and says, hey, you shut down a street for them for whatever the reasons? I'm not going to get into the proposal. I'm not saying good, bad, indifferent, whatever it is. But if you're going to shut down a street for 6 hours on the Upper East Side, fine. We all should be walking anyway. But if you're going to do it for one, I am only going to sign on if we do it for everybody in this community district. Okay? Because that is only fair. It is just a pure equity argument. And I'm going to vote against it. I'm happy to revisit, and I will be happy to entertain and talk about any proposal to do it for all the schools. But I really do just think that it is an equity issue, and it should be provided for all of them. So if we're all ready for gangbusters for everybody to do it, that's great. But just for one and not others, especially with this public-private thing so close together, I'm sorry, that really just tears at me from an equity issue. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Ed, I should just, for the record, say that in our committee, the Transportation Committee, over the years, we've gotten these requests and we generally have approved these requests. And so that's
That's
This is
fine.
the only request
But
we
again,
had.
we're past, as they say in the CIA, we're through the looking glass. Black is white, white is black.
Right.
We're in uncharted territory out of the galaxy now. So I appreciate that, Chuck, but I think in this case, as they say in court, precedent is fine, but we're kind of through the looking glass on that.
Okay. Let's see, we have Gail Barron. Gail, can we unmute Gail?
Yeah, Kale, just confirm the unmute.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think it's just such a challenging time that we live in. Obviously, we want to accommodate anyone on that block who needs to have an ambulance come down or any type of necessary care. On the other hand, I think we're all reading about the necessity of children also getting back to school for their mental health and their socialization, as well as anything else. And I personally like the idea that Sarah has come forward with, because if it's possible to use that type of space in this particular area, it may end up being a win-win. So I would definitely endorse Tricia moving forward with the Parks Department to find out if that's a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. I don't see any, I was going to say I didn't see anybody, but I see Cos, Spagnoletti wanted to say something, and why don't we unmute?
Yeah, I think this is a very contentious issue. I think there's a lot of people against it. There's a lot of new issues that have come up that they could use somewhere else. I would like to make a motion that we deny this, call the roll, and have them come back at some other time with some other proposal.
Cos, there's already a motion on the floor to deny.
Call the roll then. Call the roll.
Well, you have to call. Are you calling the question then?
I'm calling the question and the roll.
Is there a second?
Wilma is still.
Yes, Wilma just raised her hand. So
Wilma, go ahead. Wilma, please. Sorry, Wilma Johnson.
I'm seconding it.
Oh, you're
great.
I want
seconding
to
it.
second that.
Okay. All right. All in favor? Well, is anyone against calling the question at this point? Put your raised hands if you are. I don't see anyone. So,
And can I just say, just to make a correction on the minutes, I flipped 2 of the votes, so I incorrectly denoted Billy Freeland as a yes vote. He was a no vote, and vice versa for Elizabeth Rose, just in case people are looking to see what committee members voted. So Elizabeth voted in support of the play streets, and Billy voted against the play streets in committee.
So this is, can we have one of the secretaries then do the voting? And Rebecca Dangor, we have a lot of, and this is now a motion to disapprove this application. So a yes vote is a disapproval, a no vote is not to disapprove. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Excuse me, Chuck, before you do that, Anthony Cohen wrote in on a chat that the area in question is part of John Jay Park. And it said the DCP, I'm just reading what he wrote, the DCP website, Zola, shows it as such, and then Will pasted into the chat the link to that particular website, just in case people have questions about that space. Thank you.
Thank you, Alita. Rebecca, I turn it to you.
Okay. So to echo what Chuck said, this is a disapproval, so a yes means no. So if you would like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, including Michelle Birnbaum, please raise your hand. All right, starting with Peter Patch.
Peter.
No. No.
Thank you.
Okay. Michelle.
Not voting for cause.
Thank you. Craig.
Craig.
I'm a no.
Vanessa.
No.
Chuck.
No.
Jane.
No.
Elizabeth. Rose.
No.
Taina.
No.
Abraham.
I'm voting no.
Gail.
Gail, just
No.
unmute yourself.
I just did. No.
Sorry.
Alita,
I'm abstaining.
and I think Rebecca Lamort can read the first vote count.
While we tally those votes, the first Transportation Committee item we voted on was a total of 42 yeses and 3 votes in the negative. The resolution carried.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Okay, while we're waiting for the tally, I think that passed from what I see of the no votes. Greg, do you want to, do you want to talk about the Green Market Street?
Sure. We had a discussion about a number of potential open streets, and the only one that we really discussed in depth was in regards to a request that came into the board office last month, and that was to convert 82nd Street between First Avenue and York Avenue on Saturdays into an open street. And that resolution.
You know, I'm sorry, Craig, to interrupt you. I forgot, but we have Borough President Gail Brewer here.
Yes,
Can we pause the transportation report? No, I forgot myself. So, Borough President Brewer, if you're here, would you like to give us an update and speak to us?
Just really quickly, that vote wasn't quite fully counted as I'm unmuting Gail Brewer. Barry, you're unmuted.
Yes, I vote no.
And Lori?
Oh, sorry, Lori, 1 second. Wait, Lori? She doesn't have her hand raised.
Just a reminder, this was a disapproval, so voting no really means you're in favor.
Yes. I don't see Lori.
She was having a problem. She was having a problem with her computer.
Or maybe she could. Elaine has her hand up.
I can wait. Craig, go ahead. I want to hear about the Green Market.
Thank you, Borough President. Quickly, we took a vote to convert 82nd Street into an open street during the hours of the Green Market.
But I'm sorry, one more second, Craig, because Elaine has her hand up and we need to know if she's voting no or something like no on that last resolution. I'm sorry for interrupting. Rebecca?
Yep. Elaine?
I'm voting no.
Thank you. Thank you, Rebecca, and thank you, Craig. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you, Alita. I was just going to say that we voted on 82nd Street becoming an open street during the hours of the play market of the play market. It's been a long night apparently. During the hours of the Green Market, so that would be, I believe we passed it between 9:00 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. on Saturdays only. And that resolution, and I apologize, I believe that it actually passed. I had it as, I had the no votes tallied or listed incorrectly. I think I copied things wrong. That's what happens when you have a 4.5-hour meeting. So I think it was, there was only one no vote on this item, and that was Michelle. Everyone else voted yes. So I will make sure I reflect that correctly in the minutes, and I apologize for that error.
Is there anyone who wants to speak on this, or can someone? Doesn't look like it. Can someone call the question then? Or Tricia? Oh, you want to speak?
Yeah, no, I call the question.
Oh, okay.
Second.
Is there a second? Okay.
Can I say something? I think the tally is wrong.
Yes, it is.
I voted yes. I didn't vote no.
No, he said, Marco, he said it was, he made a mistake. He said he had it wrong.
I made a mistake. The only no vote that I see on here is Michelle. I think I just copied the wrong list that I had for this vote. So again, I apologize for that.
Straighten that out. So why doesn't we'll turn it over to the secretary. The question's been called. Is who's Who's on board here as secretary?
It would be Billy, and I think he muted himself. Billy.
Billy?
Thanks. Okay, so we'll call the roll. If you're voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause, please raise your hand. We'll begin calling on folks now. Russell Squire.
Russell?
Yep. Okay. So I think I didn't raise my hand fast enough to beat the calling of the question. I just don't. So I'm going to vote no. I don't understand why it's necessary to have an open street on a street that's already closed for a green market.
Talk about this now. You just vote. We're voting.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so if that question can't be answered at this time, then I'm just going to vote no.
Thanks. Michelle Birnbaum.
Yes, I'm voting no, thank you. But you know, on the original sheet, you have me as a yes. So can you change the minute sheet to no?
Yes, as I said, I think I just took the wrong vote and plopped it into the wrong item.
Okay, okay, as long as you're going to correct that. And it's no today as well. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
With minutes this long, I guess it's unavoidable to have some errors. So my apologies. So I guess then that would be everything.
I think that's everybody. Anyone else want to raise their hand to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause? All right, seeing none, we'll close the voting and I'll tally it up. Thanks.
And
Thank you, Billy.
In the meantime, I was going to say we can go to Borough President Brewer, or we can just take a quick vote on item 6, which is to endorse a letter written in regards to the funding cuts for the borough for the Better Bus Action Plan, which Borough President Brewer did sign on to. So I'm happy to pass it on to her. And if you want to talk about that, this is a perfect
No,
time.
Quinn, go ahead and do it. It's fine. I wasn't going to talk about it, so please go right ahead.
I can read the vote count for the last transportation item. So it passed with 32 yeses, 11 noes, 1 abstention, and 1 not voting for cause.
Okay.
All right.
That's a disapproval of the open street, of the play street. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
All right, so as I said, item 6, a letter was sent by a contingent of elected officials, including Borough President Brewer, council members Kalos and Powers, and Assembly Member Court, to Mayor de Blasio urging New York City to not make cuts to the Better Bus Action Plan, which is a plan that included, well, the cuts included $8.4 million across fiscal years 20 and 21 that were supportive of a number of bus improvements, including bus lanes, select bus service. 96th Street Select Bus Service was one of the projects that was supposed to be funded by this, and other initiatives that would help promote a better bus service, faster speeds, and such. So this vote passed 13 plus 2 yeses, 1 no, and 1 abstention at the committee.
I see Lori Boris has her hand up.
Lori, you just have to confirm unmuting.
Unmute. Okay. Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. My computer just died, and so I was away from the action, which I really apologize for. But I just wanted to cast my vote. Can I still cast my vote on the transportation thing?
It's
You were counted as she was counted as a yes, though. So
I was counted as a yes for the street.
Disapproval.
For the streets. I'm sorry. No, that's because it was a disapproval, and I wanted to vote no on the disapproval.
Yeah,
okay.
Change that one. You're right.
Okay. 'Cause I had a feeling, so that's why I tried to call for Lori. So I'm going to change it, unless anyone objects.
No, but just to clarify 100%, Lori, you're voting in favor of the play street, which would be against the disapproval. You're voting against the disapproval.
Yes, that's what she said.
Okay, so then just for the record, it's now 31 yeses, 12 noes, 1 abstention, and 1 not voting for cause.
Michelle, I guess Birnbaum is next.
Michelle?
Yeah. At the committee, we received the letter during the committee time. And so I didn't have a chance to read it. And so I said, well, I'll abstain. I'll read it carefully and I'll address it at the full board. So here's what I came up with, and correct me if I'm wrong. In the letter, it talks about the plan, but it refers to the plan, but it doesn't talk about the plan. It doesn't tell you what the plan is. It just says that they want more money in the budget for this plan of adding 60 miles of buses. In the letter, it doesn't tell you where the bus lanes are or any of the details. So I went and I looked it up, and I hope I looked up the right thing. And what I saw was that there was only one street in Manhattan that this mentions, and it's 181st Street between Broadway and Amsterdam, which is a 0.3 mile stretch. So while I would be comfortable on voting on something that another community board wanted for their neighborhood, and then we would be like supporting that community board, I'm not comfortable voting on this. Number one, it has nothing to do with our community board. All the other routes are in Staten Island, Queens, Brooklyn, and the Bronx. The 181st Street for a couple of blocks is the only one in Manhattan. And number two, it isn't a letter that's being offered by our fellow boards. It's being offered by a separate interest group. Now, it's particularly difficult for me, but I think I don't really see why we're voting on it. Although, of course, I know Gail Brewer, I know you're supporting it, and I'm usually on board with all that, and you've got lots of people supporting it, but your role and the other people's role, with the exception of our council members, although they may have to vote on this in the council, most of them, or a lot of them, you know, the districts in the various boroughs are within their purview. But for us, I feel this is really outside of our purview. We're not supporting fellow board members, and we would be supporting a separate organization about whom, you know, I don't know whether or not this is a good idea in Staten Island and whether or not it's the perfect street in Queens. I really have no idea. So for that reason, I think I'm going to be abstaining. I just don't think it's something that we should be talking about without knowing more information. Now, if they ever come back with bus routes in Community Board 8 or any other community board where they write to us and ask for our support, for me, that would be a whole different matter. So I'm not against the concept, but I'm against the process. And so for that reason, I'm going to abstain.
Michelle, just in response, I believe you were looking at the wrong document. This was a detailed plan that was put out by New York City DOT, announced by Mayor de Blasio, and it included specific projects in this community district, including select bus service on 96th Street, Lexington Avenue bus lanes, which have already been implemented, and projects across Manhattan and the 5 boroughs. But of course, transportation corridors know no boundaries. So for example, if part of this, I don't recall if the 5th Avenue bus lanes in Midtown are part of this as well, but of course that affects people who are using those bus routes that pass through our community district as well. So you may have been looking at a different document, but this letter is in support of a detailed plan that includes many projects that do touch upon this community and the transportation users, the bus users of this community.
Peggy Price, I think, is next. Peggy, can we unmute Peggy?
Peggy, you're unmuted whenever you're ready.
I'd like to call the question.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, I heard a second. Question's been called, so why don't we turn it over to the secretaries? I'm not sure if it's Rebecca now. Rebecca.
Yep, I'm going to take this one. So now if you'd like to abstain, not vote for cause, or vote no on transportation item 6, please raise your hand now. Michelle Birnbaum,
Abstain.
Thank you. Russell Squire,
No.
thank you. Anyone else at this time like to abstain, vote no,
What?
or not vote for cause?
Elaine has her hand up.
Oh, Elaine, sorry about that.
Elaine, you have to unmute.
Right. No.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you. Everyone else will be recorded as a yes.
I think that completes the transportation report, Alita. We're done finally, and we'll leave it, we'll turn it over to the borough president.
All right.
Thank you, Chuck. It was shorter than your transportation meeting.
Much shorter.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I love listening, but I'll go very quickly because I know it's late, but I do love listening to your discussion. I know you're tired of the census, but I would love, Alita, to work with you or a group or staff, because the bad news is East Side and the downtown are low, really low, for the reasons that you know. So, and when I spoke to Julie Menon today, she's calling every private school. We're calling every house of worship, trying to get them to find people who are not currently in the city. So I just want to let you know, we actually sent out 140,000 postcards to households with low performance, East Side and downtown in particular. So we got to focus on that. We also have been, and Will knows this, working with the community boards, 600 members, 400 have filled out the census, 200 have not. I'm going to find out who you are. So you've got to fill out the census, because I want to say Manhattan has 100% rate as far as community board members filling this out. Number two, I hope we're going to be focusing on the schools. I know that you had a little bit of discussion about this earlier, but I am nervous about what is in store for the fall. And so without getting into all the specifics, I think we need to see whether the schools working with the CEC2 are doing what they're supposed to do, and whether it makes sense in terms of virtual and space. I want to thank Columbia University, because we had a great discussion last night on childcare with a long Zoom. And the question is, childcare sometimes means little kids, but does it also mean the days off when there is no school for a particular group of students? It is complicated. Three, I just want to say, we, as you know, not in your district, but we have been going from the top of the Manhattan to the bottom, all the NYCHA developments with Fresh Direct. And this time the library came with us, and all week, to their credit, they've been giving out new books and book bags to every single child in all these different developments. And we just have a great library system. I want to mention housing. I know that Ed and Barbara and Alita, some time ago, we had that great forum that you produced on the issues of affordable housing. And now we have a pandemic and people who can't pay the rent. Tomorrow, the state is going to have, for 2 weeks, the opportunity for people to apply for rent money. And I think you know that. But we also are meeting with all folks involved, developers, people who are affordable, people who are knowledgeable, and we're going to come up with what some suggestions might be for affordable housing in the near future in the borough of Manhattan. We're also, I know it's very controversial, but I think that some of these restaurants are trying hard. I know some of them are between the sidewalk and the whizzing buses, or the whizzing bicycles, or the whizzing motorcycles. And, you know, it's not for everybody, but we want these restaurants to survive. I think some of the bars, they're supposed to be following the executive order of the governor, and I know people are hanging out outside. We will try to address this, but how we survive with these restaurants is going to be a challenge. I want to say, one of the cuts that concerns me, and I'm sure you also, is the garbage. We got a 63% cut to the garbage collection and 100% of the Sunday basket collection. That's going to create rats and challenges. So I hope you monitor it and take note of it, and maybe have some discussion of it. We also have a cut to the organics, as you know, and you should know that there's a group of people who care about it from New York University and others who are doing a whole year-long study with foundation funding. Maybe you'd want to hear them come speak at some point as to how the organics program can work, because right now it's too small to be successful financially, but they feel, people who've been doing this for a long time, that it's absolutely possible to make it real And they have a whole study for 1 year to show that. I am very impressed with the work that the board has done with Kohler. We've been involved, and I think that community really owes Board 8 a lot of gratitude, because you really put your mouth where your money is, so to speak, in terms of making sure those residents are cared for. And there's an ongoing task force, and I want to thank you. In terms of Black Lives Matter, we did something very special. I think I might have mentioned it, but we finished it July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Foley Square from Reed to Worth on Center Street. It will be without cars until the end of Friday. It's very soon, but we've been open since July 1st. And it is 3 Black artists selected by the Department of Cultural Affairs and this amazing group of 40 painters from Tat's Crew in the Bronx and East Harlem, young people from a group called Thrive. They work for 3 days. It's the most beautiful art you've ever seen, along with Black Lives Matter logo. And hope you have a chance to see it, even when the cars are on it. And then the sign that says Black Lives Matter is right there in front of the David Dinkins building. So thank you very much. Thanks for listening, and congratulations on your discussion at Board 8.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience in waiting. I have some responses, but I'll wait to be able to talk to you about them. And I would ask if other board members could wait as well because of the hour. Thank you again so much.
Thank you.
I'd also like to, thank you. I'd also like to use this opportunity to remind the public that at this point we're in executive session. So if you have questions or comments, you need to find a board member, which will be hard. And that's why we have the public session in the beginning, and a board member would be able to relay your concerns. And then I'd also like to repeat my request that board member comments be as succinct as possible, given that we still have several committee reports, and I know that you are happy when the meeting runs too late. So at this point, Borough President Brewer, you're set, right? You're not adding anything. Okay, thank you. Then let's turn to the HSSS committee, and I know that what they're talking about is our program on contact tracing and the meeting and the resolution that came out of that. So I will ask Rebecca, Dangor, and Russell to present the report. Thank you. Will, do you need to unmute them?
Russell needs to be unmuted.
No, they're both unmuted.
I'm good.
Okay.
Okay. Then go ahead, guys. Thank you.
So in an effort to keep the meeting short, or our presentation short, we had 2 speakers come, Assemblymember Godfrey, to discuss a bill that would add confidentiality protections to contact tracing, and Carrie DeSalle, who is a staff attorney at the Knight First Amendment Institute at Columbia University. And we have 3 resolutions up for a vote at the board. Russell, do you want to start?
Sure. Well, so maybe we should just give a little more context here, just so folks know, and hopefully you're aware that there's contact tracing now. The city sort of moved into a phase of contact tracing where it's operating a program where folks who are testing positive for COVID are getting in-person outreach from people who work for the city. And the goal is to stop the spread of COVID by alerting people if they've been in touch with somebody or in contact with somebody who has had it. And so they've undertaken this whole program. So the 2 committees have gotten together, and also Sarah Chu and May Malik and Alita have been very involved in planning programming around this. So we had first done a forum for the public just to sort of let them know what the contours and basic information of how contact tracing was going to work was. And then the purpose of this joint committee meeting that we did was to talk from this community board perspective about what, if any, improvements we would recommend. So as Rebecca mentioned, we did hear from Assemblymember Gottfried about the Assembly bill that deals with confidentiality of the information collected through contact tracing. So basically contact tracing, in order to be effective, as many people as possible have to be participating in it. And in order to ensure that people participate, they have to feel safe doing so. And so they have to feel confident, particularly people in vulnerable communities, that their information isn't going to be shared with law enforcement and immigration authorities or the like, and that's a big obstacle in terms of people being willing to participate. So this is a state bill that Assemblyman Gottfried had introduced that provides very robust confidentiality protections for information collected through contact tracing. And so our resolution 2A was just urging that that bill be passed and implemented by the legislature and the governor, and it passed unanimously.
And I would also just like to mention that Carrie DeSalle praised the bill's definition of de-identification, which is a very difficult thing to fully accomplish in this age of technology. So with her support for the robust definition, we were all very excited to pass a resolution in support. And I do believe Alita might have a friendly amendment.
About
just about retroactive.
About what?
Retroactive.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
About the building.
Yes, yes, I do. Thank you, Rebecca. So are we, when you get there, I will say something, yes. Thank you. What I had wanted to add was that the privacy items be retroactive to the day that the contact tracing program started, which I believe is June 1st, so that any information gathered since then is de-identified. I mean, whatever's gotten out is gotten out, but to be restrained as much as possible. Thank you, Rebecca.
Okay. And I accept the friendly amendment, and I think Russell does as well.
Yep.
So does anyone have any comments or motions for the first resolution? Sharon?
Hi, quick question. Does this also include privacy in terms of a person's place of employment? I'm sorry, I heard you say that it covers law enforcement, immigration, and I am wondering whether or not it also includes employment.
Yes, it is confidential for any non-public health related issue, my understanding.
Yeah, basically, so it's rather than specifying who is allowed, rather than specifying who is not allowed to get the information, it very narrowly specifies that only, public health officials are allowed to get the information for contact tracing or sort of study related purposes. And so it's very narrow.
And the reason we specifically mentioned law enforcement and immigration in the resolution was based on the conversation and the fact that our participation rate is so low. And this is a huge factor because people need to be able to trust that their information is safe before participating.
I'd like to call the question.
There's some other comments too, I think, if we can do that first. Should we go to Barbara?
But recognized.
No, I was just going to call the question.
Okay.
You could second.
Let's just.
I'll second it. But if you
there
want
were two. There are two. Let's just hear from Chuck and Cos first, and then I think we'll do that. Unless that's what they're doing also.
No, I was going to say that one.
Okay, so Chuck's calling the question.
Wait.
Well, if Cos wants to speak, let him speak first. Then.
Yeah. That's what we'll do.
What I was going to say that there is no question asked about employment, place of employment, or who you work with or who you work for. So I think we should keep what is being asked by the contact tracer. The privacy question is more related to immigration and part of the whatever questions are being asked by the contact person. So employment is not even asked. So that's not really part of the privacy issue.
So I took the concern in part to be whether employers would be able to get the information. And the answer
But
is
it's
no.
only, but that's only relative to.
So regardless of whether the information deals with employment, the point is employers cannot get it from the contact tracing program.
But why would they be asking for it if they don't know who the person is or where the person works?
No one can get it for any reason, basically, other than the narrow response to them. So the question has been called. Is there a second? Well, a bunch of people called the question, so I think that's basically tantamount to a second. So I think we can take this to vote.
I'm going to lower everyone's hands, and while the secretary who's going to do this,
Yeah, Rebecca's Dangor, you'll have to refrain from being the secretary on any of these resolutions. So
Yeah.
let's go to Billy.
That was
then,
already our
Rebecca.
plan.
Good. Let's go to Billy because Rebecca Lamort, I think, did the last one.
and this is just for item 2A, right?
Yeah. Okay. So for item 2A, raise your hand if you are voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause. Abraham Salcido has his hand up.
Abraham, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm voting no.
Thanks. Anyone else voting no, not voting for cause, or abstaining? Okay. Seeing no other hands, I'll go tally the vote.
Oh, wait, Michelle just raised her hand.
Yep. Michelle?
Michelle?
Yeah, it's not on this vote. I'm reading this. I'm looking at 2B and 2C. I'm not sure what the difference is.
Okay,
Can you just explain them a little more?
yeah, I think they were going to.
We'll get to those. Those are coming up next.
Okay, so this was just 2A.
Yep.
Carolina Tejo, were you going to vote differently on 2A?
Yes, I'm just going to go ahead and abstain.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other hands up, so I think we can probably close the count on 2A.
Okay. All right, 2B. Do you want to take it?
Sure, I'll take this one. So 2B came as a result of our conversation with Carrie DeSalle, who praised the bill overwhelmingly, including the de-identification, which I mentioned before, and the expunging of data every 30 days. However, she did emphasize that the one thing it's lacking is a clause about data security. So she advised us to call for an expert in data security to come and evaluate the database that is currently being used to ensure that it isn't prone to inadvertent disclosures or malicious hacking. And this vote was not unanimous. Wilma Johnson and Cause voted no, and Lori Flores and Alita Camp abstained.
Abraham has his hand raised.
Great. Abraham, you're going to have to unmute yourself. There you go.
Yeah, so not to cut off conversation, but I would move to disapprove this.
I don't know if you can move procedurally to disapprove a motion, but well, let's just continue let's go to Michelle.
There's no motion on the floor.
I thought the resolution is automatic.
It is on the floor. It is on the floor.
Yeah, the resolution is the motion. Michelle has her hand raised.
Yeah.
Michelle?
You can put you can put a substitute resolution on the floor. You can do that.
Yeah.
But so that just throw that out there if somebody wants to. But I'm still not understanding this. So the only difference between 2B and 2A and 2C is that this is asking for a different company, a different process that is used by the government for everything else that has to do with contact tracing or with, I mean, how does this differentiate from the others? I'm not getting it. Could you
So-
contrast them for me?
Sure. So 2A is very focused on the legislation that's been proposed in the state. It references the bill and is focused on just urging passage of that bill, and I guess, you know, with the friendly amendment that we would hope it would be retroactive.
And that's just a
2B
privacy bill that we voted on. That's privacy.
Correct. And with that bill, yes,
Correct.
it
Okay.
relates to
Right.
privacy. 2B has to do specifically with data security. So because the information collected by the contact tracing program is likely to be maintained electronically, one of the things that one of the speakers at the meeting, Carrie DeSell, had mentioned was that it's particularly important when you have sensitive information like this being collected. A best practice really is to have an independent data security expert assess the methods for maintaining that information and ideally recommend any improvements that might be needed. And so based on her recommendation in that regard, we thought it was important to call for and to have a resolution saying that we would ask that an independent data security expert make that kind of an assessment and whatever recommendations might be needed in light of that being a sort of best practice in that regard.
Well,
And we wanted to just
let me ask a
Yeah.
follow-up then. What led her to believe that the security exercised here is any different than the security that's exercised in all the other health information programs that the government has? Does she have some evidence that with contact tracing there's some lacking or some problem with it? I mean, what brought this on? Why would she assume this could be a problem? You know, but no other part of this program would be a problem. Why this?
So I think it wasn't necessarily based on a concern that there was anything lacking with respect to this type of data in particular, or data in this context in particular. I think it was more that in the interest of really ensuring that people feel secure and providing the maximum sort of reassurance to people who are participating in this program that it's safe to do so. You know, that was part of it. And so, you know, providing that reassurance to ensure that people feel safe enough to participate in the program and can feel like, you know, their data isn't going to be hacked and that the information that they're sharing with contact tracers isn't going to fall into the wrong hands that way, regardless of, you know, what the government might intend. That was part of it. And I think it is just a sort of best practice generally. So that I believe
I think
Michelle,
that
excuse me, Michelle. I'm sorry. There are two other people who have their hands raised. We have
Alita,
another
in order for me
resolution
to
here.
vote, I need clarification on another point.
Okay,
So if I may just get that clarification, I would be very pleased, okay? You've had lots of patience with others. I ask for some for just a moment, please, so that I understand. So to me, I would be concerned that this would be holding up the process. That would be my concern. If there's no particular evidence that there is a problem here, that would be my concern. And when we go on to 2C, which I won't ask you now, but I'll leave you with the question, when we get to 2C, to please differentiate it for me with 2B. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Michelle.
Well, before we go to Abraham, I guess let's go to Brian.
Brian.
Hey, yeah, I questioned this in the committee. You know, I disclosed as well that I work for a health insurance company. So and I did vote in favor of it, and I'm just kind of questioning my vote now because, again, there are already lots of regulations, both at the federal level and at the state level, you know, with regards to EPHI or PHI disclosures, HIPAA disclosures. I mean, that's already heavily regulated. The city is chose, you know, the contract tracing company. I have to imagine that, you know, the same regulations that every health insurance company out there has to follow regarding, you know, disclosures and PHI, you know, that it's going to be in this particular thing. And I'm not sure that it's necessary, but that's my particular opinion.
And one thing I want to say in response is that, remember, contact tracing, it only works if everyone participates. And that's why in part of the discussion about getting a data security expert, it was to, if one did evaluate the database, that it would be advertised publicly to try and give people more assurance that their information is safe. Because unless people are 100% sure and confident, then they're just not going to answer. So that was kind of the reason to go this extra mile.
Yeah, I still feel the same thing. I mean, I understand the need for people to feel secure with their personal information, and obviously, if you tested positive for COVID, you want that to be secured with only people that are necessary. But I mean, there's so many different other medical studies that are done out there that also have to follow PHI, HIPAA guidelines regarding data security and personal health information, and I'm just not sure. I'm not sure it's necessary. I'll leave it at that.
So
Thank
just
you.
one.
There are other people raising their hands, and rather than have an ongoing dialogue, thank you.
Yeah, just briefly, just to address one of the concerns that was raised. I think part of the idea and part of the reason that Carrie recommended this also is that here, unlike a study or unlike some other repositories of information that you might have, this is like a particularly centralized repository of a lot of information. And so that makes it, I think, more of a target to sort of bad actors who might be looking to hack into things and that kind of thing, which is really what this is geared towards. So like a particular study, for example, isn't going to have as many people and that kind of thing. Sharon.
First of all, I appreciate the clarification from Rebecca. Thank you. I am absolutely going to support this. We need to have these security redundancies, I think, across the board. I will tell you, I don't think that you can have enough redundancies to protect private information. I would also like the committee to take a look at the degree to which companies and even private buildings are collecting information. An example is in my apartment building, visitors now have to complete and share their COVID status, whether or not they've had it, and have they appropriately self-quarantined. And I understand that this is a new period that we're experiencing, and we're not really sure where this is going, but already, at the apartment level, at the office commercial building level, we're already having to give up a certain amount of information. Some commercial buildings, you also have to complete questionnaires. You also have to have these temperature checks, and I'm struggling personally to balance, the public health aspect of this with this tremendous amount of personal data that is now being accumulated, and all of it, or because of the need of having to, to address COVID-19 issues, which I certainly appreciate.
Sharon, I'm sorry for interrupting you, and you raise a really valuable point, and they're really interesting. Could you discuss with the committee chairs offline about maybe taking this up at a later meeting, since we're talking specifically about the legislation? Thank you very much.
Ed's next.
Well, very quickly, I want to echo what Sharon has said about privacy, and you just can't have enough. Okay, and it's just very scary out there. I will just read a headline I saw this morning on A5 of the Times. Trump administration to collect hospitals' virus data from now on. The lead paragraph being, the Trump administration has ordered hospitals to bypass the CDC and send all COVID-19 patient information to a central database in Washington beginning on Wednesday. The move has alarmed health experts who fear the data will be politicized or withheld from the public. Whatever, in the articles and then how they frame the issue, the idea that this is happening is, to me, frightening with your privacy and your data. So I echo what everybody said about you just can't have enough. And I respect the fact that hospitals try, but it's just not enough. Everybody's out to get this information. So more protection, I'm all for.
I think let's go to Elaine next because she hasn't spoken.
Elaine, you just have to confirm unmuting.
Doing it.
Thanks.
I just want to say, these are unusual times. We have public health laws that we need to follow, and they're being done for the health and protection of not only us, but others. I live in a building where we are requesting all the data. It is mandated. I don't think it'll be shared. What Trump and his group are doing, I don't even want to go down there, but I think right now what's before us, I would support and move so that we have our protections, but we also respond to the public health law. This is not the first time in our country that we have had to respond to what are public health concerns. I'm not going to list them. You should all know them. Thank you.
Could I just say something, because I wanted to say, because I abstained, that I agree. My reason was Michelle's reason, which is that is asking for a privacy data expert going to hold things up. So that was my one concern about that. And if there is a way of addressing it, I just wanted to throw it out there. So excuse me for interrupting and not raising my hand.
I think that's why we wanted all the bills, all the resolutions separate, so that there was no question about our support of the legislation.
Yes, Sarah? Sarah, you just have to confirm.
There, thanks. I need to disclose that I'm currently advocating with the coalition for the bill, and it's the reason that the bill came to the was developed in the first place was because criminal justice advocates, and as well as AIDS justice advocates, were very concerned about contact tracing activities and making sure that information doesn't get to law enforcement or immigration enforcement folks. But what I would say is that contact tracing, it's happening. It's happening now, and it's not going to be prevented or stopped or delayed by any of our votes tonight. And that what we're recommending and what Carrie DeSalle was recommending was really just what the best practices are in the work that she does. And she specializes in digital contact tracing work as well. And so we can imagine that if New York State ends up going, and it may not, but in the event that New York State ends up going toward using an app or some other form of automated syndromic surveillance, that having been on the record about our concerns about privacy and data management and data security, I think would be beneficial for us in the future. Thanks.
Abraham has his hand raising him.
Great. Abraham, you just have to confirm. Abraham?
No, I'm fine on this. Let's just move on.
Okay, Barbara?
Barbara, just confirm.
Oh, I did it too fast. Just a couple of things. I originally raised my hand and I think it got unraised to say, why are people voting no? And I understand why now, and it's somewhat convincing. Just a couple of things straight. First of all, it's not necessary for 100% of people to be part of this for it to be very effective. If we can isolate in one party down in Jersey Shore near my daughter's house that raised the numbers because there was a graduation party, that does it even if 100% of the people don't go on. The security was really about tracing, not the buildings. My building says you have to tell them if you're sick, but they would never tell anybody who is sick, what name, or anything else like that. Information does get out. You know, we do have to share things, but what this bill is saying is that everything will be scrubbed. But then there's another program that would get the general information, how many people were positive, how many weren't, how many were Hispanic, how many were living in this zip code, and so on. This is information they're going to need. I think that the reason this even came up is because we all know that things get hacked. And this would be another separate pair of eyes just to make sure the program that does it. I think if we ever go through an app, we'll have to revisit. I think this is quite different. This is really meant for the phone calling, the personal, you know, a person calls and says, you are positive and who have you been with? And I think it's just to make people feel good. No, it's more than that. It really is to keep it private so that people will feel good and be part of it, because it is really very important for the health of our livelihoods and health and small businesses and everything else. But I do understand, and I thank you, Lita and Michelle, for explaining why they would vote no or abstain or whatever. I think it's very legitimate, and I will have to think about that.
Barry.
Call the question.
Looks like Peggy is seconding.
I saw Peggy, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's vote.
Please raise your hand now if you'd like to vote no, you're not voting for cause, or you'd like to abstain. I see cause.
Yeah, I'm voting no, because we're trying to put a layer on top of a layer on top of a layer. How many security layers?
Let's just go through the vote.
Yeah.
All right, cause is a no. Next, I see Michelle Birnbaum.
No.
Abraham Salcido.
Yeah, so I'm not voting for cause. I'm voting for Abraham. Abraham says no.
Abraham is a no. Confirmed. Next, Lori Borez.
No.
Next, Brian Correa.
No.
Next, Barbara Rudder.
Abstain.
Ooh, abstain. 1 second, technical difficulty. Okay, next, Carolina Tejo.
I'm abstaining.
Thank you, Carolina abstaining. Anyone else not voting for cause, abstaining, or would like to vote no? Seeing none, everyone else will be recorded as a yes vote. Thank you.
All right, 2C. Rebecca, you want to take this, or you want me to?
Sure, you go. You go for it. It was your resolution.
All right, so this one, I think Ed's comment was a good segue into this one. And just to answer Michelle's question, the reason for this resolution is, we were discussing a state level legislative bill to protect the confidentiality of contact tracing information. And the concern was that, notwithstanding what the state is doing and the fact that the state wants to keep this information private and confidential, and is going to be taking steps to do that and ensuring that it's deleting, it's scrubbing its database every 30 days and all the different things that the state is doing, you know, it's possible that you could have a federal subpoena of state data, and there was a concern that basically, you know, whether the state would have to turn that information over is basically is a live issue. So there would certainly be strong arguments that the state could raise to say that the federal government is entitled to get this information, or a federal agency like ICE isn't entitled to get this information. But really the safest way and the only surefire way to ensure that that doesn't come up and that that doesn't become a problem is if we also had complementary federal legislation from Congress, you know, that gets implemented, whether it has to be over a presidential veto or what have you, basically saying that, you know, at the federal level, we're not going to collect this information either. And we also specified that the federal government wouldn't be able to get this information at sort of two levels. First of all, they wouldn't be able to get information from state and local governments that state and local governments had themselves collected. But also, to the extent that the federal government ever gets involved in contact tracing directly on its own, whether through some kind of coordination effort or, you know, whatever else they end up doing, if, you know, if they were to do something like that, that whatever information they're collecting directly also would be subject to the same kinds of protections that are provided for in the Assembly bill. And so that's the purpose of this resolution, is to say that the federal government and Congress should pass legislation, and there should be a law at the federal level to provide similar protections to what we're getting at the state level to provide the maximum security we can possibly have. And so, see, Abraham has his hand raised.
One moment, sorry about that. Yep, Abraham.
Yeah, so I understand the premise that we're going to put up barriers, but at the end of the day, I've literally firsthand worked with tracing applications, and I know that this is just all for naught, and I'm against it because I know that as much as we want to say we're going to put up barriers, it will get into the hands of those that we do not want it to. So I'm against it.
Okay, Michelle?
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna oppose it, not because of the concept as much as the fact that it's a process that really can't happen. In other words, the federal always trumps state, like state trumps city. You can't really mandate that the federal government do what you want the state to do. That's just not the top down. It's not how it works. And I just don't think this would be any benefit. I think it's all for naught. I think there's a big issue of privacy all over the country on every single level. I think also, unfortunately, we have to be very understanding that we have given up an awful lot of our privacy on every single level. You know that yourself just by looking at the notices that you get in your inbox from something that you might have looked up 2 months ago, and all of a sudden they're popping up ads as though you looked at it yesterday. So I think those days are pretty much gone. I think there is, however, a very big consensus in the whole country for the privacy of health records. And to the extent that that will happen, it'll happen on every level. I don't think this is an appropriate thing to ask the federal to sort of yield to the states. So for that reason, I'll oppose it. Thanks.
Okay, and just to clarify, you know, the idea is not to ask the state to make the federal government do it or something like that. I mean, the idea of the resolution and what it says is calling directly on Congress and you know, essentially through our elected representatives who represent us federally here to take this action directly. So the idea would be to have a federal law that says that the federal government or federal agencies can't ask for this information, or to the extent that the information is protected by state governments, they can't ask for that information. So that is something that federal agencies can do and that federal laws can do. They can set policies that the federal government, won't be able to get certain information, and limits on what the federal, federal executive agencies are able to do and what they're permitted to do. So that was the thinking behind it. And one other point I'll just add here, part of the idea with this is to sort of model it on the census in a way. The census, there were sort of parallels between it in the sense that the census is something that's very important. We want to encourage people to participate, and part of the way that we do that is to assure them that participating in the census won't be dangerous to them because their information won't be shared. And a big obstacle to people doing it is that concern. And so that's why they're very robust governmental protections, including federal protections at that level. And so the idea was for contact tracing, it's another thing where we want a lot of people to do it. We want people to, if we're going to ask people to do it, we want them to feel secure doing it. And so for that reason, the best way to kind of provide those kinds of assurances to make them feel comfortable doing it is with protective legislation. Chuck has his hand up.
Yes, I'd like to call the question now.
I think let's let, oh, Sarah lower her hand. So is there a second?
I see Rita, or I see Peggy Price, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, let's call the roll. Or vote in the new Zoom way.
Okay. Raise your hands if you're voting no, not voting for cause, or abstaining. It's on item 2C. All right, we'll start with Abraham Salcido.
I'm voting against.
Thank you. Michelle Birnbaum.
No.
Thank you. Carolina Tejo.
I'm abstaining.
Thank you. Let's see who's next. And does anyone else want to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause? Okay, seeing no other hands, I'll close the vote and tally it up. Thanks.
And can someone read the vote count for the first two?
For the first two, while Billy is tabulating, we have item 2A. The vote was 44 yes, 1 no. And for 2B, the vote was 37 yes, 5 no's, and 2 abstentions.
And I think there was one abstention in item 2A. Sorry.
In 2A, oh my bad. I apologize. I missed that. Yes, in 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if we want to start moving to landmarks.
Yeah, do we have to wait for the results, or can we just?
No, we can
No,
move.
we could start moving to landmarks. I'm sorry, I had this muted. We could start moving to landmarks, and when that vote is tabulated, it can be read during a pause in landmarks. So let's get David and Jane. I'd like to say up here, but there is no up here. So David and Jane.
Both of you should be able to unmute yourself now.
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me, Will?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to start. We had 2 applications to hear on this past Monday evening and 1 information item, which David will discuss. The first item application was for 3 interconnected buildings, 706, 708 Madison Avenue, 702, 704 Madison Avenue, and 22 East 63rd Street. Will, I wonder if we could get an image, mainly the one that shows the corner building with the statue on top.
Yeah.
While Will's doing that, I'll continue to talk. This is 3 buildings that were purchased by Hermes. They're going to be moving from their location on 62nd and Madison to these 3 buildings. These 3 buildings came before us a couple of years ago for restoration work and to actually construct 2 new contemporary buildings. But the center building, this is not a good slide. Just keep that slide. That's the perfect one. You'll see the old Bank of New York building on the corner. It's a beautiful neo-Georgian building. And flanking it is a 5-story building on Madison, and on the other side, a 5-story building on 63rd Street. The committee voted to approve all the work to be done at the front elevation of all 3 buildings, plus work at the roof on 702, 704 Madison, which includes a skylight and some work that you'll be able to see on the roof, mainly the container for a bunch of air conditioning units. There was a unanimous approval for all of that work, and that's part A of the resolution. So I don't, then part B was a disapproval, which I'll explain after we take the vote. So I don't know if anybody wanted to discuss part A.
Marco has his hand up.
Okay, Marco.
I would like to call the question.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Rebecca. All in favor? Any opposed? Call the roll.
Adam,
I no, not voting for cause. Friedland, who owns the building, is active client of our firm.
thank you. Seeing no other hands, I'll count the vote.
Thank you. While you're doing that, I'm going to go to part B, which is a disapproval. Above the main entrance to the bank building, you will see that there is a sign that says Hermes right now. What the applicant wants to do is superimpose on top of the existing marble slab that says Bank of New York, a marble slab with Hermes in front of it. The committee unanimously felt, except for the one public member, that there is enough signage. There are going to be 14 awnings on the 14 second-story buildings. Can't see them too clearly here. On each of the flaps of the awnings, there will be the Hermes logo. Hermes is also across the 3 storefront windows at 702, 704 Madison. And if you look on the roof of the bank building, they will be installing their Cavalier, which is their symbol. It's used on all of their buildings all over the world. It's an equestrian holding 2 flags. There's one right now on top of the 62nd Street building. Hermes is a worldwide luxury brand, easily recognizable, and we really felt that the sign for the Bank of New York should be retained. The bank was founded by Alexander Hamilton, who is considered the father of the American banking system. He was the first treasurer for the United States after the Republic was established. And it's just a symbol of our history, the rich history that exists in New York City. So we felt that that sign above the main entry there for the beautiful bank, old neo-federal style building, should be retained. So there was a unanimous vote to retain the sign. The applicant, that was disapproved, that aspect of the application, except for the one public member who is not present tonight, Christina Davis. So is there any discussion? Does anybody want to speak to this? We're very happy that Hermes is coming back.
You have Michelle. Sorry, Michelle.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to echo what Jane said, but also Will, there is a slide. What you're looking at here is the proposed. There is a slide with the existing, and then
there is. We only had 3 slides that we put into this.
Oh,
and so,
okay. So I just wanted that because it would have shown them that sign. You know,
I think they get it. I do.
We just were going to show one image in the interest of brevity, but I think I asked for the existing to be, I included
Here.
it, but I hope everybody can use their imagination to understand.
That's it.
You can't really see what it says. It just doesn't say Hermes.
Yeah, but you can get the idea that that's where it says.
There it is. You can see it right above that main entry. Right there. Thank you. Any other discussion? Thank you, Michelle.
You have Ed and you have
Anybody?
Elizabeth Rose. Ed?
Call the question.
Thank you.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Well,
Call the roll.
Elizabeth, were you going to second it?
I was not going to second it.
Oh, did you want to speak?
I was going to comment that clearly this was not the first Bank of New York building by any stretch of the imagination. This was a Bank of New York building. And I will be voting against the disapproval. I don't think that aspect is not what makes this a historic building or part of a historic district. And I don't think it is appropriate to tell a new owner and a new tenant that you need to retain the former owner's name just because we like it.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Any other comment?
No. Was it seconded? Did somebody give a thumbs up? Rita, okay.
Second.
All right, I'm going to begin calling the roll. This is a disapproval, so yes means no in this case right now. If you please raise your hand if you're not voting for cause, if you'd like to abstain, or if you'd like to vote no on this item. I see Adam Wald.
I'm still not voting for cause.
Thank you. Next, Vanessa Aronson.
Abstain.
Next, Elizabeth Rose.
No.
Thank you. Next, Sharon Pope Marshall.
No.
Thank you. Next, Abraham Salcido.
I'm going to abstain.
Thank you. Russell Squire.
No.
Thank you. Craig Lader.
No.
Thank you. Anyone else abstaining, not voting for cause, voting no, please raise your hand now.
And I just want to flag that Sarah Chu has a little coffee cup, so she is away.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no other hands, everyone else will be recorded as a yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is David still unmuted?
And I can read the last vote count. It
Hold on
was 40 yes.
Ooh, sorry to interrupt. I see Will Sanchez just put his hand up. Will, do you want to vote on this item?
We'll just confirm unmuting.
Am I unmuted yet?
Yes.
David, you are. Will Sanchez.
Wait a second. We're getting really confused about who's talking about what. I know.
No, we need Will Sanchez's vote. That's the only thing we need, and he's unmuted right now. And he's unmuted now.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Will. You're
And
recording
then,
now.
and then Rebecca was reading out a vote, and I just wanted her to be clear about which vote she's reading, and then we move on to David.
First, I'm gonna say the vote for landmarks item 1A, and then I have two corrections for previous votes. Landmarks 1A passed with 40 yeses, 0 noes, 0 abstentions, and 1 not voting for cause. HSS and Environment and Sanitation 2A was actually 43 yeses, 1 no and 1 abstention, and 2C was 42 yeses, 1 no, 1 abstention.
Thank you, Rebecca. So we're ready to turn to David? All the votes were counted in that last one, right? So David, thank you. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you.
This next application is for a transitional space in front of a townhouse. This was built in 1901 with a transitional space, this being sort of a transition between the public and the private. The original house was built with a transitional space. However, in 1913, it was changed to a carriage house, or at least the style of a carriage house. And when that was done, the architect at that time, Ogden Codman, said, I want this building to meet the plane of the sidewalk. I don't want any kind of a transitional space or little court in front of it. The architect who is now representing this new owner and making this building into a private residence, and it's been an institutional building, has said, well, we should have a transitional space. We all felt that that was not appropriate. Well, number one, it wasn't appropriate to the architecture, which I'll get into, but number two, we felt it was no longer appropriate to take public space and turn it into private space. And we felt very strongly the public way should not be changed. Architecturally, he could not make the case because this limestone wall, which grows out from the building, does not grow out naturally. In fact, he doesn't even touch the building with it, either out of deference to the original architect, I'd like to think it was that way, or because he simply couldn't find a way to actually make it integral. And if you look at what he's got here, there's a lot of delicacy to this metal work, and the motifs in here are really related to the doors and not related to the overall building. The doors are actually new. So we all felt that this was inappropriate, not contextual. And I think it was unanimous with the exception of one public member who was against. But the unanimous was for a disapproval. And we had one abstention also. Any comments?
You have Michelle?
Yeah, well, seeing no comments, I'll call the question.
Thank you. I see Peggy Price has her hand raised to second it.
All right. If you'd like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. Okay. Seeing none, it was a unanimous disapproval.
Also, the vote count for landmarks item 1B, the disapproval, was 34 yes votes, 5 no votes, 2 abstentions, and 1 not voting for cause.
Thank you, Rebecca. Okay, so that's it for landmarks, right?
That's
Yeah,
it.
thank you.
Thank you, David and James. Just keeping track. Okay, let's go to Parks and Waterfront, Tricia and Barry. Thank you.
Hi, folks. We have one unanimous resolution before you tonight. We are calling for asking for more parks enforcement patrol officers to be in our parks, all of our parks in CB8.
I just have one minor tweak where the resolution reads, resolve Community Board 8 urges the New York City Council to make more funding available in the budget. I'm adding the words for Department of Parks PEP officers. We left out the Department of Parks just to clarify where it's going. Other than that, I encourage you to vote yes now.
Abraham.
Abraham?
I would move to approve or second, whichever.
Call the question.
1 second. We just have Barbara, unless Barbara is saying the same thing. Barbara, are you seconding?
Barbara, you just have to unmute.
I'm too fast for you, Will. I do it before you. Whatever Abraham's doing, I'll do the opposite. So if he's, I'll either second it or whatever.
Oh, perfect. Great.
We'll take that as a second.
Great.
Call the roll, please.
If you'd like to vote no, you're not voting for cause, or you'd like to abstain, please raise your hand now. Seeing no hands, this vote is unanimous. Thank
That's
you.
the spirit. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. And while we're waiting for Abraham to get ready, just making sure I wasn't muted, I just want to say, I know you guys are tired. I can see it and I can hear it, but yet you are still persistent and still engaging in a discussion. And it just makes me so glad to be working with all of you. So thank you. Abraham, Street Life?
Abraham, you can unmute whenever.
Abraham, where'd you go?
No, I'm here. Okay,
Okay.
good. Can you hear
Can
me?
we just pull out, please, can we not forget to pull out the one on the pond in Central Park, please? Thank you. That woman had
Yes.
raised.
No, thank you.
Thanks.
I understood. I took her point, but I would not pull it out. So what I'm going to say is that we have several unanimous 1A, 1B, 3A, 4A, 4B, 4C, and 4D, which are unanimous approvals. So if anyone would like to make a motion, take them all together, I would happily invite that.
You have Ed Hartzog and Rita Popper, Vanessa Aronson, and Barbara Rutter.
Great. Let's go to Ed first.
Yeah,
Ed.
I won the finger face off. Yes, call the question on all those.
Okay. Do I have a second on that?
I'm going to see if Vanessa Aronson has that.
Second.
Great.
So let's, anyone, all in favor, anyone opposed? If not,
Okay,
then we'll do the vote on all of the approvals. We will have one more not unanimous, and we'll do that in a minute.
Okay, please raise your hand if you're voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause for the unanimous SLA approvals. Craig?
Yeah.
So I actually had a question that I was hoping to ask before we took the vote. I just want to find out how we are going to be treating the standard language for all that we use, given that the bike laws are changing, and as of October, electric bikes will be legal. Because I guess my question is, we're voting now, and e-bikes technically, I guess, are not currently legal, but by the time that these applications will have been processed and during the time where they will be effective, e-bikes will be permitted. And I don't think we can honestly have stipulations that they shouldn't use something that is entirely legal at this point.
No, but
Go ahead, Alita.
I was just going to say, it may be appropriate, Craig, for your committee to look at whether you want to talk about something for the city council to look at in terms of, because they're now charged with specific legislation in each municipality. So I know that doesn't obviously address what the point that you're raising, but I did want to kind of throw in my 2 cents that it might be what you'd like to look at. Sorry, Abraham, and thank you.
No, not at all. Thank you, Alita. But so for in this moment in time, which is where we are voting, this is what we can do. And we're always moving in a different direction. So we will always look to and understand and figure out what we need to modify as the laws and our circumstances change. So thank you for that, Greg.
Yeah, you're welcome. And that's not to say whether I support it or not. It's more just a statement of wanting to be consistent with.
No, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. Like, look, we're always, especially in this environment, we're figuring out where we are. So, but thank you for that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Back to the vote.
Yep, back to the vote.
Michelle?
Thanks. No, because I had my hand up. First of all, I would really appreciate it if this resolution came up. I was at the Street Life Committee meeting, and I don't remember every single one that came up and how many chairs and tables they had. So when we take a vote, I'd like to see it in front of me. So that would be very helpful if you can pull it up now. The second thing is electric.
Yeah, actually, wait. No, Michelle, hang on. Will's going to do that because our minutes do that. So if you just had the minutes in front of you, then you would see the tables and
yes,
chairs.
but now I have the minutes in front of me. Otherwise, I didn't. I couldn't pull them up today. But my question about the e-bikes, if it's an e-bike, does it automatically mean that it is not capable of exceeding 25 miles an hour? Or do we have to look at that and specify which kind of e-bike?
I do not know. And again, I don't know what the future regulation of e-bikes is going to be, but that is also not what we're voting on right now. So
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So now only raise your hand if you're voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause for 1A, 1B, 3A, 4A, 4B, 4C, and 4D. Okay, seeing none. It's unanimous, and I will count those, and just the landmarks item 2, it passed 42 to 0 to 0. Thank you.
Great. All right, so we have the last item for us for Street Life, which I believe is 3B. We're having trouble actually zooming in, but it's for Hutch and Waldo, and this was a 6-4 approval, but it was not unanimous. And the rationale for the non-unanimous was because in a prior meeting where they came to us, they were supposed to take away certain barriers, and they delayed in doing so. They ultimately took them away, but they did tardy in doing so. So my impression was that several of us voted no, just in that symbolic. But if there's anyone here who voted no at the committee level that wants to add in, I know Cause voted no, Alita abstained, Michelle abstained. So if anyone wants to speak to it, I think it was more of a symbolic no, because their place is clear now and we're in a different world, but I will not speak for someone else. So if there's anyone with their hand up who was at the meeting who voted other than yes, then we will happily hear them.
Waiting to see if anybody puts their hand up who was in that group, but right now you only have Vanessa Aronson and Russell Squire.
Okay, I will go to Russell because I know Russell has been there. So
Okay, so I was not in that category, but I was at the meeting and voted yes. And the reason is I believe the delay was 13 days. So I was very sympathetic to the idea of not approving based on the idea that they had sort of defied the committee, but I felt that 13 days was a sufficiently short, essentially, delay that I wasn't going to vote no on that basis.
Yep. Thank you. I appreciate that. Vanessa?
Sure. I remember this exact issue last year. Didn't we? Isn't this over a year ago now that they had the delay and people were wanting to vote to punish them last year? That's all I wanted to bring up, is that I remember this from exactly a year ago. And if that's the reason people are voting no, I think we need to get over that.
Thank you for that. Okay, so then let's call the roll on this. I'm assuming do we have a motion to approve in second?
You have a few more hands up, so I will
great.
go in order. And Michelle, you're the next one up.
Yeah, since I don't know, I'm not sure the timing of this. Is there a way to make a little amendment to the resolution to mention that and to say this is pending them not doing them again, or
they've already, I don't know if I'm still muted, but they already took it away. They've done what they said they would do, but in the initial Street Life meeting, they took longer than we thought they would do so. So they're in compliance now. So
right. So since that was such a big issue, can we then say reverse it and say pending this barrier not returning? In other words, let the agency know that we had a concern. We believe they remedied it, but should they revert, we have the option to speak up.
I would have said yes, but we're in such a different environment now where there's no barriers. Now we are allowed, at least they are allowed, to be on the street level. So I completely understand where you're coming from, but it is a very different world we're in. I honestly believe so. For example, when we call the vote, I will be switching my vote to approve this application. It would, for me, it was more of a symbolic disapproval for that one-time delay, and they've since remedied the delay, and now understanding that we're in such a different world that I am not going to punish an applicant when they actually have complied with what they said they would do. So that's my view. That's my vote.
You have Rita Popper and then Trisha.
I can't speak for cause. I can't speak for any Alita, but I think that was the general sentiment that I felt, and I don't know that there's any other steps that need to be presented other than our general stipulations that they will comply with our, no bar crawls, no debauchery steps.
Abraham, you have Rita, Trisha, and Kaz and Marco.
Can I go to Kaz first? Because Kaz was the one actually no vote.
Correct. Kaz.
No, I'm still going to vote no. I mean, agree, times are different. But this was then, and they swore black and blue that night, and he said, as soon as I leave the meeting, I will go back and remove the barriers. I mean, you can play the tape from last year. It's only a symbolic no. They're going to get their license anyway. But I would just like it on the record that I disapprove of what they did. They did not tell us the truth. They did not do what they said they were going to do. And that's still my feeling. They're still going to get their license. So it's a moot point, but I'm still voting no.
Okay. You had Rita, Trisha, and Marco in that order. Abraham, I think you may have muted yourself. Rita.
Yes,
sorry.
let's go with Rita. No, let's go with Rita first.
This is one of the last things that Dave Rosenstein felt about, because they had really overstepped their bounds. They were almost in the entrance of the building next to it, and they have not been honest throughout. As we all know, Dave, this was a long time ago, and this is still going on. So I'm going to vote no, but I want you to know I'm voting really for Dave Rosenstein.
Thank you, Rita. I'm going to go to Marco.
Thank you. Definitely, I agree with Cause. Usually, I was very mad that the applicant is coming, they offer to remove right away, and he didn't. He missed that. It's true also what Rita said. David Rosenstein brought this right here. And what I found it is in my walk on Second Avenue, I saw a lot of suffering from the business, and they need our support. So my point is very simple. They receive a violation. They pay a lot of money for that violation. I think that is good enough punishment to this restaurant. But we cannot, not even as a symbolic yes, we have to say no. This is what I support this application. We support this.
Thank you, Marco.
It doesn't break any regulation, especially for the 8 feet regulation wide for the pedestrian. Thank you.
All right. Well, anyone, you had one more?
I have am I unmuted? Yes, I have Michelle, Chuck, and Ed.
Michelle.
Michelle?
Yeah, well, here's the unmute. It just came up. Yeah, now I agree with what everybody said, but to me, if you don't put that somewhere in a whereas, then these no's and abstentions are floating into oblivion. Because you have to say something about whereas in the past, blah, 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 blah happened. And while now it has been corrected, we still have concerns, or we're being cautious, or blah, blah, blah. But if you don't put that in, then there's no rationale or reason or explanation for the abstentions and the no's. So if you want the state liquor authority to know anything, you have to explain it. I think it's just a one sentence whereas, just to put the circumstance in.
Thank you, Michelle.
Chuck?
Listen, I understand what everybody.
Chuck, I'm going to mute Abraham for a second. You're getting a lot of background noise. Chuck?
Background, yeah. I understand the situation. This happened a year ago. They've worked it out. You could put something in the whereas, but let's face it, restaurants are struggling. Many are going to go out of business. I don't think we ought to be in the position of saying we want to vote against an application like this. Every restaurant in our district deserves our help, because I think this is a crisis for all of them, and we're going to lose a lot of them.
Thanks, Chuck. Is there anything else to that, or?
No.
Okay. You have Ed, and then Barry, sorry.
Okay. No, just go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Kaz and what Rita said. And Chuck, your point is well taken. Kaz is also right. They're going to get this. I understand the practicality, but I also think that dissembling and lying to the board should not be indulged because, again, we can only make decisions based on the information we get. So if they're doing that, and we'll go down in flames, but I'm going to vote no for the reasons that Kaz said.
Great.
Barry?
Call the question.
Is that seconded? I see Chuck.
I second that.
And the last vote count was 43 yeses, 0 noes, 0 abstentions.
Which vote count was that, Rebecca?
The unanimous SLA approvals.
Thank you.
And now to begin voting on item 3B, please raise your hand if you'd like to abstain, not vote for cause, or vote no. I see Alita Camp.
Thank you, Rebecca. I'm abstaining. I don't like from the board when there is a disrespect shown to the board. I felt I had to explain that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I see Rita. Oh, excuse me. Next, I see Kaz.
Yeah, I'm still a no.
Thank you, Kaz. Rita? You may have to push a button. There you go.
I vote no, even though we want to keep all the businesses. And if everybody plays by the rules, the ones that don't play by the rules shouldn't be rewarded. So, and this is for Dave Rosenstein.
Very fair.
Thank you. Next,
Ed.
I have Ed Hart.
Yeah, voting no for the reasons I stated.
Thank you. Next, I have Elaine Walsh.
Can you just tell me again what the restaurant, which restaurant this is?
Hutch and Waldo.
Excuse me?
Hutch and Waldo.
Located where?
Located at, hold on one second, I'm pulling up the address. 247 East 81st Street between 2nd and 3rd Aves.
Say that, what address did you just say?
It's 87th Street between 2nd and 3rd Avenue.
No, not 87th, 81st.
Oh, I apologize.
Yes.
80, my bad.
Elaine, your vote.
Would you like to vote?
Elaine, your vote.
Elaine, you're unmuted. You need to vote. You know what, let's come back to her.
Yeah, Michelle Birnbaum.
Yeah, I'm going to abstain, but I'll reiterate without an explanation for the abstentions. It just seems gratuitous. So everything that we said, nobody really knows. It just seems like a gratuitous vote. And you
Thank
certainly
you.
don't send the restaurant any message by not explaining.
Thank you. Next, I have Sarah Chu.
I vote no.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Carolina Tejo.
Hi there. So with apologies, I actually lost my connection. Can you just very quickly reiterate what the vote is for Hutch and Waldo?
Abraham, do you want to do that really?
It's an approval.
For?
Abraham's muted, so I'm trying to look for you.
It was an approval, a 6-4 approval, so that was in motion. We are now deciding whether we want to continue with that. And I switched my vote because I believe we want to allow our establishments to continue.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead. I'm having a terrible time with connection. I'm so sorry, Abraham. I'm going to abstain.
Okay, thank you. Recorded as an abstention. Anyone else not voting for cause, abstaining, or would like to vote no, please raise your hand. I'm just going to
go back to Elaine?
Walsh. Yeah, Jinx. Elaine Walsh, one more time. If you'd like to abstain, vote no, or you're not voting for cause.
Do you see her still in the meeting?
Her hand is no longer raised.
And
Maybe she's having connection troubles too, but she can correct the vote tomorrow if she wants us to vote in a way that's not recorded properly. And everyone can do that.
She's not in the meeting anymore.
So she might have dropped off. Do you want to can you tabulate that really quickly, Rebecca?
Doing it right now.
Thank you. And while she's doing that, I just want to wish everyone a great rest of the summer, a healthy, particularly healthy and safe one. And even though we don't know what September is going to look like, I know that you will be back in force, raring to go. In the meantime, check out the rest of the programs that we're offering. And there will be, I think, some meetings in August, quite possibly, or most likely the new Racial Equity Committee. So please stay tuned, check in, have a great summer. See you in September, and thank you for a really interesting spring. Barbara Rudder has her hand raised.
Barbara?
I'd like to say the Health Senior Social Services Committee is having a meeting at the end of July on the 21st. Just as a brainstorming that came after the racial justice discussion we had it last time, I think some of us felt strongly that it should be on a committee level, but also there should be a committee about it, but also on the committee level, and we will be discussing the many, many issues that we can discuss for next year. So I hope everybody comes with their beanie caps on because we could use the input.
The vote tally for the final vote was 35 in favor, 4 against, and 3 abstaining.
And Abraham has his hand raised, Will.
Abraham?
It was just more of like, Street Life might still have a meeting, so we'll see.
Right, so just check the calendar. We'll see what applications there are. I don't remember about landmarks. And thank you everyone for being so enthusiastic and so dedicated to the betterment of the community. Have a great summer.
We need a motion
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Have a lovely summer, everyone.